about that some other time.
Zoom that
I don't know what that
requires
is.
some level of.
Lawrence, and we will begin the meeting with an executive session. And so I'd ask for a motion.
Go ahead. I move that we approve. I move that we recess into an executive session for approximately 45 minutes to discuss the possibility of acquiring real property in the city pursuant to the exception under KSA 754319 subsection B6 for the preliminary discussion of real property. The justification for the executive session is to keep the possible terms and conditions of the property acquisition confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at approximately 5:45 p.m. after the executive session is concluded.
Okay, I have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. Bart? Commissioner?
Oh,
Commissioner Littlejohn?
is their sound not working? Oh,
Here you go. Commissioner Littlejohn?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. We just took a vote. What's your vote to adjourn to executive session?
Sure, why not?
So that passes 5-0. We'll be back at 5:40. Good evening and welcome to the February 7th, 2023 Lawrence City Commission meeting. We will begin tonight with instructions from Sherry Riedemann, our city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor.
Report back.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, we had an executive session. There's nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. If you are attending this meeting via Zoom, please ensure you are muted and your video is off when you are not actively participating in the meeting. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. When you are participating, please unmute and turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat. All chats go directly to the meeting host. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. When the mayor calls for public comment, those attending in person should approach the podium to indicate they wish to speak. Those participating via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. Please leave your virtual hand raised until you are called on. Participants will be called upon in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. Again, please state your name before speaking, and all comments will be limited to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Sherry. We will begin with item B, which is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Are there any changes? I do have one proposed change. On the last item, executive session, right now it stands that would be a 60-minute executive session. We would like to change that to 40 minutes. Is there any comments about that? Okay. All right. With that change, I would ask for a motion.
Move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
I got a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And passes 5-0. We'll move on to relations. And we've got one tonight. And it's an observance of Black History Month. I believe we have some speakers here that are going to speak to this, a few of them. If you want to come on up. Yeah, come on up. Hi, Ursula.
Thank you for inviting us to come to speak this evening. I'm Ursula Miner, President of the Lawrence Branch NAACP. And this is our new youth incoming president that we're so proud of, her name, Wendell Kamori. So we will both be talking for a few minutes. For Black History Month right now, our branch is working on untold stories of Black burial grounds in Lawrence. There are a lot of Black burial grounds in Lawrence where the graves are in disrepair, and a lot of people don't know the stories about them. So we received a grant, and we're working on that right now. We're also working with Watkins Museum on the history of the NAACP in Lawrence. And Lawrence, our NAACP has been in Lawrence a really long time. A lot of people don't realize that W.E.B. Du Bois actually came to Lawrence when the NAACP was founded. So we're looking at a lot of history. They're going to work with us on that, and we're going to try to have a pop-up exhibition. And we are also working on a marker for Margaret Vinegar, who is the daughter of one of the 3 Black men that were lynched on the Kansas River Bridge. So that is coming up, and there will be more information to come. Next, I'll let Wendell talk.
Thank you, Ursula. So I am Wendell Kimori. I'm a senior at Lawrence Free State High School, and also, like Ursula said, the incoming founder and president, current founder and incoming president of the Lawrence's NAACP Youth Council. So a quick little backstory on the Youth Council. Truly, we are the revived Youth Council because the Youth Council existed and it was active in the 90s. However, it dissipated since then and wasn't really active, or it didn't really exist anymore, and so I decided to start it back up again. So I wanted a forum that would be ground zero for all things youth empowerment, specifically advancing racial equity through action. So basically what the NAACP is doing, but with more youth-centered and youth-focused. I've been a member of the NAACP for a couple of years, but I wasn't too engaged with the NAACP branch because we didn't really have a youth council. There wasn't really, I mean, obviously there's a place for youth, but I wanted a targeted area where youth could feel that they could act on their ideas. And so our mission statement is to empower future leaders of today to create and implement solutions that will make the world around us more equitable. And so the first thing that our youth council has done is gone around to local elementary schools and read books in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Day. We read books about Dr. King written by his sister and did an activity where they could grow their dreams. And, we posted that on in the school library. And so that's something that we're continuing to do throughout Black History Month. And we are also working on partnering with various community organizations. So something that we have coming up on February 18th is a day where we are feeding Lawrence. We're providing meals to those in need in collaboration with the Sunrise Project. They've been very generous and very helpful with us towards that. And so, we're really excited, and we are just all about action. And for everyone here, feel free to follow us on Instagram at naacpyouthcouncil.lk to keep up with what we do. I'm very honored to be able to be here and speak with you all, and we've received a lot of support from the community and also from our NAACP adults, so that's been great. And I'm excited for what else we continue to do. Happy Black History Month.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there somebody else who was going to speak?
Hi, my name is Ashanti Spears. I like to be called Ash, and I'm one of the co-founders of Black Lawrence, along with Dr. Mercedes Lucero. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a Black woman of average height in her late 20s with a skin condition. On behalf of all my comrades that are here physically, virtually, or in spirit, I proclaim that all Black lives matter. We gratefully accept this proclamation on behalf of all co-founders and members. We were started in 2017, and we came out of a group called Women of Color Makers, or the Woke Makers. We came together to hold space as artists, artivists, organizers, and engaged community members. Like our ancestors, we came together to hold space for self-expression and retreat through our individual crafts. So we realized that Black people gathering in culture was not new, and a group of artists came together to write a literary magazine called Fire for the Black Harlem Renaissance, and a lot of them actually met up in Kansas. Those folks that wrote Fire, the first issue of it, were Wallace Thurman, Zora Neale Hurston, Aaron Douglas Jr., John P. Davis, Richard Bruce Nugent, Gwendolyn Bennett, Louis Grandison Alexander, County Cullen, and Langston Hughes. So in our 6 years, or almost 6 years, we've experienced public threat, public celebration, public togetherness, and in this past year we celebrated our 5th year and happy to go into our 6th. Just as the literary work created in 1926 was devoted to younger Negro artists, Black Lawrence stands as a pro-Black collective rooted in the Lawrence community for everyone.
We also wanted to share that some of the things we've been able to accomplish as a group, really championing art. We've worked in the public schools doing sort of poetry residencies with some of our poets. Recently, Alex Kimball Williams and myself were able to lead a zine workshop with youth at the Lawrence Public Library. We also, among ourselves, are heavily involved in building each other up, in transferring skills, in sharing our knowledge, and pulling each other up as we climb. So some things that we're really excited about this month, I'm going to read off some of the events that we have coming up, but we're very excited to be sharing some events that are really just a true work of the collaboration that we've been able to pull together as a group. So February 28th at 7 p.m. at the Raven Bookstore, we will be holding a poetry reading featuring Courtney Faye Taylor, whose recent poetry book Concentrate is now a recipient or nominated for an NAACP award. And on Saturday, March 14th, we are going to Saturday, March 4th, from 12 to 5 p.m. at the Spencer Museum of Art. We will be having the gallery reopening. So that's going to be a huge deal for the community and for the Art Museum at the University of Kansas. We're excited to be a part of that. We'll have several members reading, doing poetry performances. On Saturday, April 22nd, from 4 to 8 p.m. at 10th and Mass, which is the Lawrence Art Center, the new space. We will have poetry performances and open mic for all ages, and this will be part of the celebration of the Poetry Month and also Black Lawrence. So we are very heavily involved in Black History Month, but we also want to champion just events throughout the year and continued and ongoing efforts outside of February. Thank you so much. Last plug, our website is up and running, www.blacklawrenceartscollective.org. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas in observance of Black History Month, the City of Lawrence recognizes African Americans for their significant contribution to the shaping of our nation's identity and strengthening our country through high moral values and unyielding commitment to family, community, and service. And whereas during Black History Month, which is recognized by many countries, we celebrate the countless achievements and long-lasting contributions made by African Americans to our economic, our cultural, and political development. And whereas the City of Lawrence is committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion as a fundamental characteristic of a healthy, vibrant, and thriving city. The presence and visibility of the Black and African American community continues to enhance the quality of life in the City of Lawrence. And whereas the City of Lawrence recognizes the historical injustices faced by Black and African American people through targeted racial discrimination and violence, which conflicts with our core mission and vision, and whereas the City of Lawrence continues its efforts toward becoming a more equitable and inclusive community in which all residents, past, present, and future, are respected and recognized for their contributions. And whereas Black History Month calls our nation's attention to the continued need to recognize and combat racism and to build a community that lives up to our core values. And whereas the City of Lawrence is proud to honor the history and contributions of African Americans in our community throughout our state and our nation. Now therefore I, Lisa Larson, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2023 as Black History Month in the City of Lawrence. We encourage all in our community to take this opportunity to reflect on the past and present achievements of the Black community as demonstrated by overcoming systemic challenges. Let us all work hard to ensure freedom, equality, and inclusion for all. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to our next item, which is public comment. The public is allowed to speak on issues or items that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. Comments should be limited to issues and items germane to the business of the governing body. The Commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the Commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. So do we have any general public comment?
Hi, I hope you don't mind. We're going to do this together. My name is Jen Woolsey, prior Homeless Programs Coordinator for the City of Lawrence.
Jennifer Adams, homeless.
Okay, so we're just wanting to talk about a letter received from Planning and Development in reference to staffing. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. Ms. Adams was hired as, it was discussed hired as employee for Planning and Development to provide services for the city. In this letter that was provided to Ms. Adams today, I'm not going to go ahead and read it, but for those that are interested, I will put it on Facebook for you guys to see it. It will go ahead and it will be placed on Facebook on my page, and I'll make sure it gets out to the main pages tonight. But ultimately, what it states is just some false information. And the reason why I know that was false information, because I was the one who came up with this idea. So Jen Woolsey, the one who came up with this program, is stating that this is false. Okay? The reason why I bring this up too is because, commissioners, I have a lot of respect for every single one of you. And being in the position that I was in, I saw Mr. Owens do things in a way to make sure that it wasn't presented to you. And when I asked him specifically during a coffee before my resignation on why he did that, he said, the commissioners don't have enough time to go through everything that we do. But we continue to see over and over these things that keep coming up to your plates. Community members yelling about exploitation, about violations of rights. I would think as a commission, you would want those things in front of you instead of constantly trying to do the cleanup. And this is a cleanup. So again, as the person who created this program, I'm going to state very plainly that it was intended to be a peer model type program. This was not a one-time check. The one-time check was for 5 weeks at $500. And the reason why it was that was because of the fact that it took so long to get her paid. So the $2,500 was a total of 6 weeks. And then after that, she was supposed to receive another $2,000 every 4 weeks, which would have put her in December. First week of December, when happens to be the same time that the city made the determination, without coming to you again, of closing that site. So now we've got this letter that states that, offering Miss Adams $6,500. Looks like a payoff, but whatever, doesn't matter, okay? This is an individual who lives outside. So she's gonna take the money. Why wouldn't she? She did the work. But we wanna make sure that it's corrected. Brandon?
Time.
Okay.
Thank you, Jen. Appreciate it.
This is not true when she signs it. Thank you. Oh, wait, Jennifer Adams, did anything I say was false? No. Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
next.
Oh, Jennifer, do you want to say
Yeah.
anything?
Yeah, she's got 3 minutes.
Sure. Do you want to talk about why you did it? Why you did it? 3 minutes.
Other
You want to talk about why you did what you did?
other public comments?
I'll speak for 3 minutes.
So I sent an email to one of you asking you to reorder the agenda because homelessness is not a priority in this town, obviously, because it's at the end of the agenda. Why is that? Is it because we don't want to talk about it, or you guys are too busy for it? Like she just said? I mean, that burned, didn't it? Because it's the same stuff I've been coming in telling you, is that city staff and some of your city departments aren't doing the right things. And now you got more people coming out telling you. I almost want to just sit here and just think about how shameful it is the way this.
I think that's as
high as it goes.
Well, then I guess it's going to be up to Dave. He's going to have to find a better screenshot because he's getting nothing but right here. And so the people that are hearing impaired, vision impaired, things like that, they don't get to see what I'm saying. Is that by design as well? Is that where it needs to be? So now we'll take time out of every meeting to make sure everything's right. Dave, you want to test out this camera over here because it's falling off? Actually, we need tech support over here now because the camera was falling off because we had to raise it up so much and got my time started already and we're not even.
Sorry, I can stop.
I didn't want to do these kind of delays. This isn't a tactic. But if Dave can't get a screen that actually shows what's going on, this is what we're going to do. The timer was at 1:09.
113.
It was at 1:09.
113.
Can I lower it? It would be a lot easier if Dave would just get a camera in the right spot to actually see what I'm saying, but I guess we'll fight it. And my camera will show that it was at 2:09 if the commissioner would like to correct herself yet. Or is it 1:09? It was at 1:09. Everybody in the room is saying 1:09. Courtney Shipley, you damn liar. What are you doing? You're not even mayor anymore. What are you doing? So I'm going to go to 4 minutes because we're starting, right? But what are you doing? Everybody in the room saying 2:09, but you're going to say 2:13. What is wrong with you? See, the problem is, guys, is it's not always just city staff. The problem is that it's the commission too. You want to play these games. And you guys all need to be paying attention to what's happening up here because this is city government. This is city government that doesn't care about what we the people think and how we the people feel.
Michael, go ahead and address the commission, please.
I am addressing you.
Okay.
And please don't interrupt me anymore, Mayor. I sent you an email a long time ago that said you had my respect, but the way this meeting and the way you're letting your counterpart there speak out of turn with false words, it doesn't earn respect. The homeless issues need to be brought up and they need to be talked about earlier in the meeting while we have people here to actually talk about it. Is it a tactic to leave it at the very end? Is it a tactic to make it wait until the very end? Because I've got several consent agenda items that I'm going to want to talk about for 3 minutes at a time too. Because we can't seem to do any kind of correcting to fix this problem. We talk nice words. I got the whole thing printed out with these nice color graphics even, nice words, but we don't fix anything. Been coming in here more than a year. I look back through the recordings and it didn't start out with me coming in here cussing at you, telling Courtney Shipley that I was going to make sure she didn't get reelected. It didn't start that way, did it? I've had meetings with at least one of you that meeting didn't go sideways and didn't turn into me disrespecting you or your office when I was there. But I can't get word one from none of you. It's like the whole city has chosen that they just don't respond. They just don't respond to the concerns. Tell them to get a good view and we won't have to do that again.
Other public comment? General public comment?
Hi there, Kirby Evers, south side of Lawrence. Forgot for a second. One of you went to the homeless camp. This is actually good, going out there and just seeing how things are. I don't think a lot of people understand how bad the conditions are unless you actually just go there and see it. I'm sure more of you may have, I just haven't heard about it. But I think I've talked before about communicating to the community on these issues, being a bit open. This stuff can get a little confusing for activists, for people kind of on the ground trying to support these things. The delay on certain measures are just getting them agitated, you know. Kind of part of the business, kind of part of the game here. You can't pass everything as quickly as possible, I'm sure. There's legalese to consider and such. But just consider that frustration kind of happens, whether we try to or not, but there's ways to lessen it. Communicating that you guys are trying to learn about the conditions on the ground, being vocal with what are causing delays or what are things that you're going to be considering is something important. And that was going to be the bulk of what I was going to say. I got to say, optics-wise, it's something to consider. We've scheduled on Valentine's Day a meeting on the renters' rights issue. Should probably have a bowl of chocolates. Okay, this rubs people the wrong way. They don't like going in for a holiday to talk to their political representatives. And so be ready for the piss and shit. Piss and poo, whatever. But like, I think there's ways to mitigate that. I think there's ways to help people understand where you guys are coming from. And it's not, part of that is ordering of the meetings. I've been at the ones where we had to wait through some sort of property issues that were coming up. And yeah, the activists that are there, some of them are students, some of them don't understand that this is just how the ordering sometimes happens. making sure that that gets a bit better so that things that are going to be having people come in to talk about it in droves aren't like sitting around waiting, talking to each other, getting each other frustrated and stuff like that can go a long way towards that. And this isn't even people that are necessarily against you on these issues. I think a lot of you are sympathetic on these issues. A lot of you really do care about what's going on, and I think you are on kind of the working class side of this. And so some of the presentation, even for the people on your side, can have a little work on, you know. There's always going to be people that are angry. That's politics. Someone's going to be pissed off with what you do. But there's ways to lessen it. There's easy ways, simple ways. And as someone who thinks you're on my side of this, try to work on those. It's okay. We'll appreciate it if you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Madam Mayor, City Commissioners. I don't know how to lower this thing. Would you mind stopping my clock while that happens?
Yeah, I just want to be able to make sure we can see you. That screen has a tendency to...
I have no idea about technology. I can barely do email. But as you'll note, I did send emails to you.
You did? And I'm...
Up and down.
Thank you.
It takes a second to be responsive.
I'm good with that, thanks. Thank you. I have to say I was pleasantly surprised to see that Mr. Owens had adopted so many of Jen Woolsey's ideas in the city manager's report. That was a good sign. I was not pleasantly surprised to see that placed at the end of the meeting.
Are you here to talk about just general homelessness, or if you want to talk about that?
I am talking about general homelessness, if you would let me continue.
Just wanted to make sure.
May I have the mayor's interruptions back on my clock?
That will be at the mayor's discretion.
Yeah, just go ahead, Nancy.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. As a previous speaker noted, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Well, he talked about the easy way. I am on the verge of the hard way, in the sense that I'm beginning to feel that I'm being played here by people who don't really care that much about homelessness. It's easy to make wonderful proclamations, as we heard for Black History Month, which are fully deserved. But what happens when a job offer is made to a resident of the homeless camp upon whom a 911 call was made because he was chasing someone with a hatchet? What happens when people visit the homelessness camps and don't do their job, or are not qualified to do their job because they're really from Parks and Recreation and not from something else? These are the issues that I have. You will notice, I'm sure, that there is food being served in the lobby. That's because my understanding is that food was not budgeted for the homeless population of this town. I myself, and many others have donated food and other equipment to that camp. We're doing this because you are failing in your responsibility. And once again, I'm calling your attention to this matter. People are getting frustrated. A previous speaker was quite frustrated with what you were doing. I entered this debate relatively recently when you decided to evict people from that camp, and I have been appalled ever since at the errors and blunders that you continue to do. So I guess my question would be, are you going to fix this or not? There are ways of doing this. Are you going to fix it or not? Are you just going to look at me? Are you going to play me? Are you understanding what I'm telling you? That's my question. I've been teaching for 38 years. I can read people's faces. I can tell what's going on in your minds when you're not getting it, when you're just glazing over. I'm getting these kinds of feedbacks. That's not good. You're elected representatives, as I have reminded you so many times.
Thank you, Nancy. Other general public comment? If not, we will move on to the consent agenda.
There is some...
Online? I'm sorry, I forgot to check online.
That's all right. Stephen Watts. Stephen Watts. Mayor, do you want to go ahead to the next speaker and then we'll try?
We do have somebody in the audience that would like to say something while we're working on that. Okay.
Hi, my name is Tiffany. Addresses the situation that's going on at the camp right now. I'm being told that they want to hire someone, like our professor just said, that was chasing someone with a hatchet. I don't really feel safe. I've been saying this before. I do not feel safe out there. I do not feel safe with someone that is going to chase someone around with a hatchet being the boss of us. Yeah, granted, we're a separate group, but still. He thinks that he's entitled to many things more so than what he is. He thinks he's higher above everybody else, and we're just giving him the power to really think that he is higher than everybody else. I don't know what
You're
to
okay.
say.
You're okay.
I get scared. I did not know about the hatchet situation, but now that it's been brought to my attention, why would we be hiring someone that chased someone with the hatchet to watch over the camp? Why hire someone that's going to chase someone around with the hatchet to distribute items? He doesn't even distribute them equally when he does get donations. So that ain't fair to any of us. There's nights that there's food on the other side of camp and he's being told to give it to us as well. He just leaves us out of it. He don't care. He wants to help his group, and that's not fair. That's not equal. That's not right. And Jennifer Adams was doing a damn good job. Let me tell you that. She made sure everything was equal. I even helped her at times, but I don't want credit for that. She was the one doing everything out there. But Vance wants to make it seem like he was doing everything out there. He wasn't really doing anything. The most he was doing was helping his people, not us. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Tiffany. Online?
Mr. Watts? Stephen Watts?
Go ahead and go on to Kevin Elliott.
Okay. Kevin Elliott?
Hi there. I'll try to keep this very brief. I've been working a lot, keeping the community engaged in activities with the homeless camp. I have a meeting tomorrow with Parks and Rec and the city manager to talk about community engagement in the homeless camp. I'll save those comments for the public comment section for the city manager's report. But one of the issues I was talking about that is relevant now is the shameful way the city has behaved. And the day before we have a community meeting about this topic, to go into the camp and diss Jen Adams, who has been elected leader by the camp residents, who you saw yourself, Mayor Larson, to diss her and tell her her services are not needed, and to choose somebody who is on public record as having chased somebody with an axe within the last 48 hours, shows the city is disconnected, disengaged, and the city manager doesn't know what the heck he's doing. And I can only call shame. And Mr. City Manager, I'm sorry, I can't address him.
Yeah.
I'll stop. But tomorrow is going to be an interesting meeting. And Mayor Larson, if there's any way you could be there, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Kevin. Other public comment online?
That's all the comment, and it looks like Mr. Watts has dropped off.
Okay. You got one more?
Sorry, Hello.
Hi.
Well, it seems like a little bit of a hot mess.
What's your name, sir? Your name?
My name is Howard Callahan. I work on the Bert Nash Homeless Outreach Team. I worked at the shelter before that. I've been doing homeless advocacy in this community for 20 years about now. When a lot of the things that are currently a matter of controversy were under discussion, I came in and kind of gave 2 bits on feeling as if the history of community decision-making was exigent, that there was a lack of transparency on an administrative level, and that I really, really deeply felt that it was important that folks take the folks that are on the ground counsel seriously and listen deeply to what they were advocating for at the time. I'm not going to cast any specific aspersions, but that bit of advice and bit of encouragement was specifically intended to try to prevent a lot of the stuff that seems to be going on right now. You guys have a leadership conundrum that is not easy to figure out, and I don't have a quick answer for you. I will say that leaning in towards engagement, leaning in towards working out those difficulties, having respect for and trying to foster the folks that are actually trying to step in, whether or not they're perfect at it, is what I would recommend under these circumstances. I mean, specifically, you've got community members that have been out there giving donations. They may not necessarily have the best attitude towards y'all at the moment. Their heart's in the right place, and they're mad because they're looking at what's happening. And that could describe a lot of different people. I would really, really strongly encourage not pulling back into administrative decision-making, but leaning into actually addressing the situation from what's happening on the ground. Those are my 2 cents on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Howard.
Okay, it's the last of the public comment. We'll go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak on an item that has been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Are there any commissioners that would like to remove something from the consent agenda for further discussion? No? Okay, how about in the audience? Is there anybody who'd like to have something pulled?
E2A, E2C, E6A, B, and C, E7A.
I'm sorry.
Could you slow down, please?
Just so I can get it in the
Okay.
minutes. I have E2A, E2C.
And then E6A, B, and C,
6A, B, C. Okay.
E7A, E8C, E8F. That'll work.
Okay. Anybody on Zoom want to pull something from the consent agenda? Okay, we'll bring it back up here for a motion.
I think I got it.
You got it?
Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of E2A, E2C, E6A, E6B, E6C, E7A, E8C, and E8F.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, we'll start out with E2A.
Sherry, you won't need the clock. I would like to see the commission discuss the reading of the Bert Nash minutes. I'd like to know your thoughts on what happened at the Bert Nash meetings. Because your thoughts, given this time right now, are extremely important. That was 15 seconds, I think.
Bring it back up here. Any questions or any to start with? Any questions? Okay, if not, we'll take it to public comment on this item. Any public comment on this specific item? Okay. Anybody online?
No, Mayor.
All right, we'll bring it back up to the commission for any discussion.
I've read them and
Yeah,
appreciate what they're doing, I guess, so.
Yeah.
I can move to receive the Bert Nash Governing Board meeting minutes.
Do we have to have a motion on that, Sherry, since it's a receiving?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
When you're receiving them, you need to vote on yours, but not the boards that you're receiving.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Sherry?
You do not need to take a motion on that.
All right, I didn't think so. Okay.
Okay.
All right. We'll move on to the next item, E2C, receive Planning Commission minutes.
You won't need the clock again. Just 1,493 pages this whole thing was. Did you read them all? You got months of Planning Commission meeting minutes. Did you watch those meetings? Or did you review the minutes? Are you familiar with everything that you're consenting to?
Okay, bring it back up here. Any questions? If not, we will take it to the audience for any questions on this item. Or any comments, I should say. Anything on Zoom?
Stephen Watts.
Hi, are you able to hear audio at this time?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. I'm just checking in to make sure the equipment is working. I have requested assistance through the chat client on Zoom, and it's evidently not attended. I'm just reporting that. I don't have anything to add to this specific item because I would have liked to have discussed the minutes, but I was not here to do that. So thank you for the effort.
Anybody else online?
No, Mayor.
All right, bring it back up to the commission. Is there any discussion on that? Anybody want to add?
I was just going to add, I don't know if folks understand the role of a consent agenda as a regular agenda and the topics under consent agenda, that it's receiving, and there's the action is not on the individual action on the item of voting to approve something, but it's the action on receiving the information at one point. So
If there were questions, a commissioner could bring those questions at that point. They can bring them in discussion. They can bring them under commission items. They can bring it as an agenda item. But as a form of parliamentary procedure, the receiving of minutes is that there's some mechanism in place that there has to be accountability to those minutes coming in front of the governing body. So the vote of receiving minutes is not necessarily voting on something particular to the meeting minutes. It's voting on that you've received them as protocol. So if there's something to be discussed, then a commissioner should have brought it up, could bring it up, can bring it up. Parliamentary procedure allows for that. This is just the receiving of the minutes, as it's the duty of that particular board or commission to provide minutes of their meetings to the governing body. So it's not assuming anything, because we don't assume. Yes, this is a lot, and someone could see, a member of the community who doesn't track on meetings all the time, but then they don't see them until they're on the agenda for a commission meeting. They could see something and bring it to the attention of the governing body, and there could be discussion based on concerns based on that if it doesn't come up in a regular agenda piece. Parliamentary procedure is not tricky. It's something to learn, to be practiced. You can become certified in it. But there are nuances to it that if one doesn't understand it, then there could be a perception there that's not necessarily there.
Okay. Anything else from the commission? If not, we'll have received that. And then we will move on to E6A, which is to consider approving change order number 1 to the University Place water main replacement project with Westland Construction in the amount of $101,073.30, increasing the total contract amount to $1,152,072.30.
Okay, I'm going to save you some time because Ms. Sellers really, the length of time that you take to try to negate the point of what I was trying to say. You guys don't know what's going on in your city. And I think that's been proven. That's all I was trying to point out. You don't know what's been going on in your city, but I thank you for the parliamentary lesson. We're going to group AE6, A, B, and C together. Since I pulled them all, I'll take 3 minutes for all three, and we'll give you a little bit
Excuse me. Sherry, is that, are we okay to do that?
No, we'll need to vote.
We have to do each
Well,
one.
then-
We'll have to do each one.
Okay, well, we can do each individual one. That's fine.
I mean, it's really.
So on this first one, number A, we've got almost a 10% increase. Okay? Now, my reason for wanting to talk about these change orders that you're putting in, I look through each PDF and see the reasons for the change order, and they all make legitimate sense. They perfect sense. With all the inflation and everything that we've had, it makes sense that costs have gone up. But damn it, you guys are taking it from us and paying everybody else. My property tax values went up 20%, guys. 20%. And here's where a little bit of it's going, to change orders. So why is it that we citizens can't get a little sympathy for the impact of COVID and the impact of inflation? Why'd you come after our property taxes the way you did? I'm getting a little fired up on this one, and I appreciate the fact I'm going to have 9 more minutes or 6 more minutes to talk about this stuff, because this is insane that we just get change orders that you're just going to consent to. $100,000 just consented to, out the door, gone. That's our money. Obscene. You don't know what's going on in your city, Ms. Sellers.
Mayor, I just wanted to clarify, it really is at your discretion, but since they were pulled, we have to open each item up for other individuals.
Yeah, that's fine.
Comment if they
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay, any questions from the commission? Okay, if we're going to open it up to the audience, do you have any comments on this specific item? Public comment? Okay, online, do we have any public comment?
No, Mayor.
Okay, we'll bring it back up to the commission then. And any discussion on this from the commission?
Sorry, Mayor. It's my understanding that at some point staff might look through bids and look for patterns where perhaps a change order's come in, exactly the right percentage that might be needed. So if I may be clear, let's say a contractor underbids, thinking they'll get the low bid, and then comes in with change orders. Can staff perhaps talk to us about how they track that and how to make sure that's not a pattern among contractors?
Melissa, Melinda?
Sure we can.
Good evening, Commission. I can speak to these change orders and specifically to your questions, Commissioner Shipley. On most of our projects, such as the ones you see here, these are not lump sum contracts. They bid each item with a price, and then if we increase the quantities, contractually they are entitled to be paid for that unit cost per the quantities. So on these projects, we increased the quantities, and there are sometimes we run into something unforeseen, something new, and that might be a different line item, that wasn't in the original bid. But on the University Place water main, that one was because we found additional pavement. That was a significant portion, about half of the change order, that we wanted to remove pavement, remove curb and gutter, and do some enhancements to the pedestrian access. So that was the reason for that higher change. The other two projects are significantly larger projects. We are talking about a $50,000 change order on the, let's see, I think that was the 19th Street Let me pull that up, which the second one was. I want to make sure I'm referring to the right one here.
Hey, Melinda, can we hold off on that one? Let's
Sure.
get through this one first, and then we can come back to that.
Yes.
In case anybody has any questions, okay? So any other discussion on this? I would like to add just something. This is the type of work I did for almost 30 years, worked government contracts with my company. And these types of change orders aren't unusual when you talk about quantities as well as unknown situations. My company, we worked underground. So anytime you open up the ground, there's always going to be situations that could change the work, scope of work. So this is not unusual. Obviously, we definitely needed to watch this closely, but I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Yes, I do read these, so I did not see anything out of the ordinary on this, so I see no reason to ask any questions. So if there's no other discussion, could we get a...
Move to approve change order number 1 to the University Place Water Main Replacement Project with Westland Construction, Inc. in the amount of $101,073.30, increasing the total contract amount to $1,152,072, pardon me, and 30 cents.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner? Okay, we've got it, passes 5-0. We'll go on to the next item, which is E6B.
My 6B.
Okay, we'll still need to go through it.
Do we see make a motion?
Yeah, we need a motion.
Yeah.
Still have the motion.
Well, I think we'll still need to go through, do we need to go through the process of letting folks comment on it, Sherry? Yeah.
Yes.
Just go through the process. So any questions? None, I'm assuming? Sorry, I just shouldn't assume. Any comments from the audience? Anybody online, Sherry?
No, Mayor.
Okay, bring it back up to the commission. Do I have a motion or discussion?
I move that we authorize the city manager to execute change order number 2 with Miles Excavation, Inc. in the amount of $50,302.47 for the 23rd Street Reconstruction Project MS 200005 and amend the 2023 capital improvement plan as needed.
Second.
Got a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
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 That passes 5-0. Okay, we'll go on to E6C, which is consider authorizing the city manager to execute change order number 3 with Core and Main LP in the amount of $348,657.96 for the Advanced Metering Infrastructure Project UT-1898.
Consenting to $350,000 just gone. Okay? I pulled back B because I'm not here to waste time. I'm here to make a point. I've done some contracting myself, and I've done some bidding myself, and I've evaluated bids and accepted bids in the past. The percentages that you guys are increasing these change orders, the percentages on them, are a little bit out of line for a lot of bidding processes. Maybe not for your city, but I've been involved in bidding processes where 5% variances were penalized. Do we maybe need to look at how we're accepting bids? And then I hear from the city staff person there that maybe we need to look at our planning. Maybe we need to do a little more planning before we let the bids out so that we know what we're doing before we start the work. Maybe we need to actually do the work before we start the work. You know, measure twice, cut once kind of thing. $340,000 of added expenses to a contract that was already let out. Additional expenses beyond the original contract. $348,000 of our money. And we got our property taxes banged this year. All of us did. Renters, owners, everybody is paying more because the property taxes went up. This kind of stuff is where your property taxes are going up. Loose money. It seems to me like our city bidding process, I don't know. I'm not blaming the companies here. They're trying to make a buck and do their thing. I get that. But maybe our city needs to tighten up their processes and learn what's actually going on in the numbers.
All right.
Educate us more.
Could we get a comment from staff or on this?
comment in regards to?
Okay.
No, I was just saying.
Mike, did you want to talk on this one, or?
Yeah, if you would, please.
Go ahead, Andy. I can fill in if you need additional information. Hi, this is Andy Enns, Engineering Program Manager with MSO. So this change order here for about $350,000. This is on a $9 million or $8.5 million contract. It's the AMI project, Advanced Metering Infrastructure. That project got delayed about a year and a half due to supply chain issues with semiconductor chips, and so we couldn't actually get the meters to put into the ground. And so this that's a big portion of this change order. There are some minor issues with meter lids, getting extra meter lids and things like that. We also did build in a little bit of contingency for future issues that come up, just 2% of that original contract amount. And so that's what this change order is comprised of and the reasoning for it.
Thank you, Andy. Any questions, staff? No? Then we'll open it up to the audience for any public comment on this. Anybody have a public comment?
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Rachel Schwaller. I wanted to be able to make a public comment about this because of
me. That is a difference here. I am not a math person at all. And so I definitely rely on the staff of our city to competently do their jobs, and I'm very grateful for that. And one of the things I'd like to point out here is that when you have crumbling infrastructures or we need to fix parts of our city, we are more than happy to be able to give that money out and say, well, the contract wasn't quite right, we can change that. And I'm happy that we're able to do that, because then our whole city is built, and it's built together. I'd like to know where the change order is for making sure that houseless populations have food in the encampment. Why are we able to spend this much money on physical infrastructure when our people infrastructure continues to crumble and we're not doing anything about it? I would like to see a change order for that. And unlike you, I actually prefer property taxes to go up. They're a more equitable tax than sales tax, so I appreciate that. And I think that that money needs to be going to our people infrastructure, because our city will continue to crumble. We can build it up and continue consent changes and bargain with every contractor out there, whatever big company we possibly want to, but our city will die without its people, and its people aren't being cared for. And so when we go to the agenda, which is at the very end, about houselessness, I hope that we can also remember the amount that we have spent here, which is all good, on contracts to fix our city, and that we can also use a similar urge to fix the infrastructure people in our city as well. Not that they need fixing, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Any other public comment online?
No, Mayor.
All right, we'll bring it back up here. Any discussion?
I will probably a little brief discussion. I know one of the things as commissioners, we have the opportunity as the agenda comes out, the same time that it comes out to the community, is that we have opportunity when there's a question in regards to something that's either on the consent agenda, regular agenda item, or city manager's report, to have those conversations with staff. And so staff then is able to provide that with the information that we need, because as good governing body agents, we should be doing our homework prior to Tuesday night. And so oftentimes on consent agenda, even when we have items on consent agenda, commissioners must be doing their due diligence to ask questions either to one other commissioner as allowed by open meetings, or reaching out to staff for clarification on items. And so if a commissioner wanted clarification on the change order and the rationale for why the increase in the change order occurred, we're not getting that information the day of the meeting. We're getting that information prior to, because we are researching and studying and asking those questions of ourselves and of staff prior to. So that is something as all boards and commissions and all governing bodies have access to. That's what city staff is availed themselves for. That's part of the governance structure. And so I just want to be able to reiterate to the community that as we receive the agenda, commissioners are asking questions, should be asking questions to get that information, so they are making an informed decision the night of a meeting when we pass something on consent or we choose to pull something out as well. So just a little point of information for those in the audience and online.
Any other discussion? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Authorize the city, oh, that's right, yeah. Authorize the city manager, move to authorize the city manager to execute change order number 3 with Core and Main LP in the amount of $348,657.96 for the Advanced Metering Infrastructure Project UT-1898.
Second?
Second.
I got a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
That passes 5-0. We'll go on to E7A. Consider adopting on first reading ordinance number 9966, amending Chapter 6, Article 12 of City Code pertaining to hospitality areas.
I know for a fact one person in this room understood why I pulled those last 3 items. I know for a fact at least one person understood why I pulled those. E6A, or E7A, sorry. I noticed that we're changing city ordinances and changing city codes to pertain to hospitality areas. We're going to talk about the bars here in a minute too. I want to know why, and I'd like to encourage everyone to ask this question as well, but I'd like to know why we're so quick to change ordinances and modify policies and change things to comport to the desires of the downtown business community, the bar district, and John Brown Underground. No disparagement towards any specific agency or bar. But you won't change your ordinances to put the hygiene trailers at the North Lawrence camp. Why is that? It's a simple ordinance change from what I understand from what we read about your answers, Mary Larson, that the ordinances aren't comportable to it. So if we can change all the rules.
You're going in and out.
Yeah.
Oh.
Kurt?
Put your stand up.
Oh.
Can you hear me? Oh, they're telling me I need to go up.
It's all the way up.
Man, this would be a lot easier if you just get this stuff right. Can everybody hear me out there? All right, so they can hear me. But the idea that we can change all these ordinances to cater to the alcohol, bars, the people that want to go downtown and get drunk, the people that want to run businesses downtown, but we can't change a couple of ordinances to help save people's lives? Doesn't make any sense. I'm going to give you back a bunch of time because I wasn't trying to delay this meeting a whole bunch, but there's some points that need to be made in this room. A lot of points. You guys are out of touch with what the people are thinking. We've tried to tell you that.
All right. Any questions on that? If not, we'll open it up to public comment. Any public comment on this item? Any public comment online?
No, Mayor.
Okay, bring it back up to the commission. Any discussion on this? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Any discussion?
Move to adopt on first reading ordinance number 9966.
Second.
I got a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you. Item E8C.
She didn't read them. I didn't know if she's going to read this one again.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, let me read that. I apologize. Consider adopting on second and final reading ordinance number ordinance number 9954 for text amendment TA-22-00266 to revise section 20-509 and section 20-1724 of the Land Development Code to clarify the principal uses that permit an accessory bar use.
Accessory bar use. Another one for the bars. We're going to change a code to change how accessory bar use is done but we can't change just a couple things to allow those hygiene trailers. I'm not going to waste a whole lot of your time. That point needs to be understood. Those hygiene trailers need to be taken out of storage and put to use. You got federal money for them, put them to use.
Any questions on that item? If not, we'll go to the public comment period. Any public comment? Anything online?
Kevin Elliott.
Yes. Adjust for the hygiene trailers as well.
Okay, any other public comment on that?
No, Mayor.
Discussion? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 9954.
Got a first?
Second.
Got a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
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 That passes 5-0. We'll go on to E8F. Consider adoption on second and final reading ordinance number 9963 for a special use permit, SUP-22-00348, for the expansion of a legally non-conforming bar lounge use with the Red Lion Tavern in the CDUC Downtown Commercial, Downtown Urban Conservation Overlay Zoning District located at 944 Massachusetts Street and 942 Massachusetts Street.
Now for this one, we need to go no further than the actual reading of the words on the paper. A legally non-conforming bar or lounge. You're literally establishing an ordinance to allow a legally non-conforming bar or lounge. Just one business. This isn't the whole district. This is just one business. We're establishing, please don't try to, I'm addressing you. But you're doing this for one business, but we can't mess with ordinances at all to help 60 or 80 people. One business gets an ordinance. 60 or 80 people get a cold shoulder.
All right, bring it back to the commission. Any questions? If not, we'll open it up to public comment. Public comment on this? Any public comment online?
Kevin Elliott.
I actually didn't raise my hand again, or I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Any other public comment online?
That's it, Mayor.
If not, we'll bring it back to the commission. If not, I would entertain a motion.
Hold up.
I'm sorry.
Is Kyle available to us?
Okay. Kyle Kobe.
Hey, Kyle.
Okay, with planning.
Thank you. I want to just clarify that this was something, this SUP process, which is not available only to one business, but to many non-conforming businesses. That's been 2 or 3 years since we established that process. Am I incorrect?
Yes, I can't remember the exact timeline, but that sounds about right. Yeah, I'd say 2 or 3 years or so.
And so far, has only one other business utilized that, to your knowledge?
As far as I know, this is the second application of this type.
Okay. And also to clarify, we have not changed the rules about who can and can't open a bar downtown, have we?
I don't know if they're you mean in terms of the land development code or any other changes along those lines. Aside from the text amendment that was just discussed a moment ago that pertains to accessory bars, and the text amendment that came through recently, I don't know of anything else.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, this is something that's been around for a little while. I believe all the new commissioners were here when we discussed it, and I just want to make sure that the public understands this is not for one specific business. A number of businesses could come forward and utilize this process.
Okay. Any other discussion or a motion?
Move to adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 9963.
Second.
I got a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We will now move on to session. The work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. The Commission will take no binding action on items presented during this time. Work session topics are eligible for live public comment. Members of the public wishing to speak on a work session item will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Our first item is receive the strategic plan update from the Prosperity and Economic Security Outcome Team.
Okay, we're all good?
Yep.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. So we're here tonight to give you an update on the Prosperity and Economic Security Strategic Outcome. Tonight we're going to be talking about the 2022 business survey that we just wrapped up. Okay. So the purpose, to go over these results, I'm going to provide some strategic plan context, and then I will hand it off to Ryan Murray with the ETC Institute, who handled the distribution and analysis of the survey results, and then we'll go ahead and enter into a Q&A with the Commission and the public. So as a reminder for the Commission and the public, the Prosperity and Economic Security Strategic Plan outcome, the City of Lawrence fosters an environment that provides all people and businesses the opportunity for economic security and intentionally acknowledges, removes, and prevents barriers created by systemic and institutional injustice. Our community succeeds because of collective prosperity and a vibrant, sustainable local economy. So specifically, we're here focusing on making Lawrence a more business-friendly community. The commitment area within our strategic plan specifically is the community engagement area. Some strategies that this survey helps support are establishing Lawrence as the most business-friendly community in the region, and to make existing businesses a priority, providing robust support for business retention and expansion. And the related key progress indicators are PES 1 and 4, and I'll go ahead and go into those now. It's a little cut off. Okay. So this is a list of all of our key progress indicators within the Prosperity and Economic Security Strategic Plan outcome. PES 1 is the percent of businesses rating Lawrence as a good or excellent place to do business. With the business survey, that was a direct question that we had asked, so we have some statistics on that with the survey. And then we also are slightly aligning it with PES 4, which is the average calendar days for application issuance for development permits for commercial development. So with that, I'll go ahead and hand it off to Ryan Murray with the ETC Institute.
Present these results. This time it is a business survey, so similar methodology, a little bit different of a topic, but as you all probably remember, I'm Ryan Murray, the Assistant Director of Community Research with ETC Institute. We're based just down the road in Olathe, Kansas here. We're really the nation's leading firm for market research for local government organizations. We perform a number of business surveys nationwide, as well as our community surveys, which we presented, I guess, last year now at this point. So our agenda for tonight is really purpose and methodology to go over those basic kind of upfront items. I'll give you some major findings, and then we're going to kind of dig a little bit deeper into some cross-tabulations, and we'll talk about those. We'll go through the major findings quickly, and then I'll summarize, and then I'll take any questions as always. So the purpose of this survey, not for residents, but still an objective assessment of the quality of city services that relates to the opinions and perspectives of businesses this time. So not resident perceptions. While we find a lot of overlap in those typically, we also had a number of business owners, or at least respondents to the survey, indicate they live in Lawrence. So we had a lot of crossover, but businesses face different or unique problems, or different or unique issues, or have different perceptions than some of our residents do sometimes. So we wanted to capture some of those, and we want to identify a way to improve some of those services that are provided to businesses citywide. This is a much shorter survey than your citizen survey, about half the length, or your resident survey. Primary reason is that those folks are really difficult to obtain responses from. The shorter the survey, the sweeter the response. So the best thing that we can do for business leaders to promote and push responses, get a good response rate, is to lengthen, or to adjust the length of that survey. It's the first survey we conducted for the city. For businesses, it was administered by mail and online to businesses in the city. Each survey took approximately 10 to 15 minutes to complete, and the margin of error for the sample of 308 results is about 5.5% at the 95% level of confidence. So if we were to, again, complete 308 surveys 100 times, 95 out of 100 times, we're going to get the same results for where all respondents provided a response, plus or minus that margin of error of about 5.5%. When we talk about major findings, we're talking about just kind of that overall skim the report, you see some of these major things. Most businesses are pretty satisfied with the city as a place to do business, but only about 49%, so just at half are satisfied with the city as a business-friendly community. So there was some misperception or some miscommunication between businesses in terms of, hey, we're satisfied with the city as a place to do business, but we don't necessarily buy into the idea that the city's, quote, business-friendly. And the questions were just straightforward and there in the survey, so there wasn't a lot of elaboration on that particular item. About 60% indicated they're either very satisfied or satisfied with the city as a place to do business, to kind of contrast that 59%. So there's just a little bit of a gap there in some of our perceptions. Our priorities for improvement, as I mentioned earlier, are consistent with those resident surveys and those resident survey priorities. It's street and sidewalk maintenance, really our top priority. That was our top priority in our community survey. If you remember that discussion, that's really a sign of a well-performing organization. Some places will have police services or safety or things like that, and while we had police crime safety response and the overall feeling of safety as a upper priority or a high priority, it wasn't our top priority for improvement. And what we would expect to see with businesses is that development review, codes, planning, those types of issues being kind of more prominent in terms of lower satisfaction, higher overall importance to some of those items. Now, this is something I'm going to kind of have to focus on my screen for just a moment. There's a lot of text here, I know, but I wanted to provide you with some of those top line findings. These are cross tabulations. One of the things that we stressed when we started this was to ensure that we had some minority women-owned business demographic questions in the survey to ensure that we were capturing those responses. Now, I didn't really expect us to receive a significant proportion of responses from that group. We had 125 individuals tell us that they're either a minority or women-owned business, and that broke down 27 responses to the minority and the 98 to women-owned businesses. So we had a lot of really good coverage there, which meant we had statistically valid cross-tabulations that we could make, kind of comparing them to the overall or aggregate opinion of the business community. Women or minority-owned businesses are significantly more likely to lease than own their facility compared to the aggregate, significantly more likely to select website usefulness as an item of emphasis in terms of communication, which was really interesting because a lot of our businesses weren't really that interested in some of our communication methods, whereas we found minority and women-owned businesses significantly more interested in trying to get in and find that information on your website, so kind of that entrepreneurial spirit that some folks have. And overall, the group had minor deviations from the aggregate, but there were those two key things. I think lease versus own is a really key finding to understand that those, minority-owned, women-owned businesses are significantly more likely to lease than own their facility. That also comes with age of business, and a lot of the minority and women-owned businesses were just lesser in age or less established than some of our other businesses. When we talk about workforce size, we had kind of a clear breakdown of more or fewer than 10 employees. So when we did our cross-tabulations, we broke our sample out that way. Organizations with more than 10 employees place more emphasis on the availability of workers than those with fewer. It makes sense. If your workforce needs are higher, you're obviously going to place more emphasis on that particular item. Larger organizations were also significantly more likely to be dissatisfied with the maintenance of streets and sidewalks. So thinking more about kind of the externality of the business and not just that, the business itself. And then larger organizations were significantly more likely to indicate that they plan to physically expand their business or grow/shrink the workforce. Now, that was a combined response option in the survey, grow/shrink. For these larger businesses, it was most likely growing the workforce, and some of the other responses from this group indicated that they're looking to expand their business presence or their physical presence as well, and with that, you would need additional employees.
Ryan, real quick.
Yeah, please.
I didn't want to wait to the end because it fits here. You said it was about 120, so there was 90-something women-owned businesses, 20-something minority-owned businesses. As a deeper cross-tab, what was the number of women minority businesses, or if someone identified as a woman and they were a person of color, were they identified as a person of color, as primary? And secondary was, they
We
were
did
identified as
not.
open? Okay.
Yeah, I don't have that on me. I can get it quickly, so I can send Britt and Sam here an email to get the dual, who is women and minority.
And to the same likeness with workforce size, the idea that small was 10 and below and large is 10 and above, what was the average number of employees of those businesses that surveyed?
Yeah, just for the purposes of the sample, I wanted to make sure that we broke that out in a way that was going to provide us statistically significant comparisons. And so when you get into the survey results, we had a number of bracketed options from less than 10, 10 to 24, 25 to 49, and there were just significantly fewer responses.
Fewer in that one, gotcha.
So we lumped it under 10 because it was actually almost half of the sample at 169 responses, less than 10. So a lot of smaller businesses in the community were captured.
Gotcha, thank you.
Yep. Yeah, I think we're going to, so larger organizations more likely to indicate that they plan to physically expand. Oh, and then the last bullet there, smaller organizations, less than 10 employees, most likely to select none when it talked about doing plans or plans for future investment. So secondary findings continued. Length of time in Lawrence, again, this was another one of those sample breakdowns where I wanted to make sure I had good buckets of groups or significant number of responses in each bucket. So again, it was less than 21 or more than 21. That's where kind of the line was drawn in the sand there. You know, in future years, we could talk about expanding the sample, but based on the size of the community, it would be relatively difficult, I think. But there's some options for future years that Ms. Sellers, or Commissioner Sellers, we might be able to grow the sample to give us some significance to those medium groups or those middle bracketed groups. It's just difficult when we're doing 300 surveys. And for a community the size of Lawrence, 300 is a pretty good number of businesses to participate. So fewer or more than 21 years. Businesses that have been in Lawrence less than that mark, we're much more likely to say that the overall quality of life is important to their business, and that was kind of just asking generally, what are some of the things about Lawrence that are important to you? Businesses that have been in Lawrence less than 21 years, again, we're much more likely to indicate they're interested in information related to increasing marketing or sales from the city, more than established businesses. So again, you've been here a little bit longer, less interested in assistance from the city, less established businesses are kind of on your website looking for that information, looking for that assistance or that outreach from the from the city. More established organizations were also much more likely to own their facility, kind of going along that line again. When we talk about more cross-tabulations, we also cross-tabbed this into zip codes. There were some significant findings here as well. Most satisfied with safety and physical appearance of their business were in that 4.9 zip code. 4.6 and 4.4 zip codes were much more likely to choose overall safety as one of the items that's important to their business, so kind of a juxtaposition between those three areas. 66046, much more likely to prefer a personal visit from a city employee regarded to some of those communication or outreach or business opportunities that the city can provide than 4.9 businesses, and 4.4 much more likely to be interested in obtaining financial assistance or capital than our 4.9 and our 4.6. So I think kind of dividing somewhat along some of those establishment lines in terms of 20 years or more, or 20 years or fewer, but the cross tabulations I think run hundreds and hundreds of pages. I think it's like a 500-page appendix almost. There's a lot in there, and as always, ETC Institute is not a gone with the wind type consultant. We will be here in the future. If anybody has questions, we can come back and present, or we can discuss in greater detail any of those cross tabulations. I just wanted to pick out some of those major, or those really, the things that I noticed right away in my review. So again, we're kind of going over stuff that we've already talked about, but about half of businesses, and considering there's a margin of error, it's about half of folks that own a business or participated in the business survey think that the city's business friendly. We talk about satisfaction with the overall perceptions of the city of Lawrence. This is a little bit different than our community survey, but right along the same lines of gauging satisfaction and then gauging importance or emphasis. The main items to consider here are overall feeling of safety. That received a really high level of satisfaction. But there was a good portion, about 1/5 or 1/4 of respondents indicating they're dissatisfied with that particular item. It kind of began to push it into the higher priorities, but the emphasis or the importance item on that is really what did that. Safety in the area where your business is located, again, strong satisfaction numbers. About 1 in 5 residents, or businesses saying dissatisfaction with that particular item. The 3 items that really topped the list because of low levels of satisfaction given in the survey were quality of education and system in the city, value received for tax dollars and fees, and quality of new development in the city. When we talk about perceptions that are most important, I've highlighted the ones that are our top priorities. Those are the items at the top. As you can see here, safety performed very well in terms of satisfaction. It's just one of those areas that are really important to your business. And I think as a business leader, everybody can kind of make sense of that. The safety of the area where your business is located is important to you driving business, especially if you're like a retail shop or a restaurant where you have folks in and out all the time. We talk about value received for tax dollars and fees coming in at a close second with overall feeling of safety in the city. Anytime we do a business survey, usually development, codes, and taxes are going to be those three items that most businesses want us to begin to emphasize. We could spend hours and days and months speaking with business leaders in the community about this type of stuff. What I always suggest are small focus groups to try to understand what is it about the development process, what is it about new development in the city. Sometimes these types of surveys can give us the nuanced opinions from these business owners or business leaders, but when it comes to what specifically is bothering them, what is specifically driving those 2-in-1 responses or those very important responses, that really is going to take a conversation with a lot of those folks over a long period of time, to be completely honest. We talk about the important satisfaction analysis. Here's the full table that's found in the report. The highest item on this list is value received for city tax dollars and fees. Well, that's oftentimes one of the areas that shows up in a community survey. It's most frequently found to be a higher priority when it comes to businesses because they want to understand where those tax dollars that they're earning are going, just like our residents do. We had 3 or 4 other items, in this red category, but everything down in the bottom in the green, those items do have impacts on businesses, and if you're performing poorly in those areas, they would be emphasized more in the survey. It's some of these areas that we would typically see of a well-performing organization or a good-performing organization for a business survey to see quality of development, education, area where the business is located, and feeling of safety in the city is some of our top priorities. And I think that in future surveys, we could probably expand on a few of those topics to get some semblance of what it is about those areas. But again, that's going to really depend on whether or not you have 50 employees or 10, or if you have 500 employees or under 50. It's really going to kind of depend on your type of business. Another piece of analysis that we did for this particular survey was a gap analysis based on our cross tabulations. And what I did here, just to kind of explain this table, is out to the right you'll notice a gap. And the gap is showing us the mean difference of the responses. For those respondents who answered yes to question 6, is the city business friendly? And in that other column, the mean rating for those who answered no to question 6. Do you think the city is business friendly? So we wanted to try to understand some of the satisfaction items and how maybe they're impacting whether or not we believe the city's business friendly or not. What we suggest to our clients is that you focus on the areas with the largest gaps in perception or gaps in ratings. And what my suggestion here is that folks who think that the city is business friendly are giving high ratings to building permits, development review, code enforcement, and we look in that second column, we're seeing significantly lower ratings, starting with a 2.55 mean, 1.95, and 2.71. Those give us our largest gaps in mean ratings. And what we suggest here is that by focusing on those items that have the largest gaps first, we could begin to kind of close some of those gaps, hopefully turning some of those folks that said, no, I don't believe the city's business friendly, to a yes, I do believe the city is business friendly. And what we're likely seeing here is that folks in the past have had maybe not the best situations with building permits, development review, code enforcement, maybe to a fault of their own, maybe to the fault of a city employee, whatever it may be. Those are the items that are really pushing some of that yes-no response to that particular question, where we had about half of folks say no, it's not a business-friendly community. So our suggestion, again, just based on the analysis of these results, would be to focus on that building permits, development review, code enforcement, get business leaders together, understand what the problems are with those processes, and hopefully we can kind of start to translate some of those folks that think that the city's not very business-friendly and kind of push their point of view in the right direction, based on a better understanding of a lot of those processes. And if you remember from our resident survey presentation, some of these gaps in satisfaction or these dissatisfaction ratings are somewhat rooted in communication or a misunderstanding of the city process and the way that things work. And that can also hold true for business leaders in the community as well. When we talk about comparative normicins or comparative normative comparisons, what we wanted to do was really show you an average that was of like-minded. So we used the KC Metro average. And what this is it's derived from my national community or my national business survey results. And so these are all businesses within the Kansas City Metro, where you can see that you're really excelling as quality of services, overall feeling of safety in the city. So although that was one of our top priorities or one of those areas where some folks were concerned, you're performing extremely well when you're comparing yourselves to others in the Metro. And the areas where we aren't performing so well, where there are likely some perception gaps, is value received for tax dollars and fees and quality of new development in the city. Some discussions could definitely be had with business leaders in the area related to those two items to bring us a little bit closer to those averages that we see here. But everything else you either performed in line with or well above as it relates to overall quality of services and overall feeling of safety, which is really great. Image of the city was a close call, but just not quite beyond that 5.6 margin of error. When we talk about satisfaction with the city services and workforce, this is where we talk about the city as a place to do business. Majority of folks, 59%, are satisfied or very satisfied with the city as a place to do business, about 1 in 5 giving neutral, and 1 in 5 telling us they're very dissatisfied or dissatisfied with the city as a place to do business. When we talked about some of those areas that maybe the businesses in the community have utilized or leveraged the city services for, most folks, solid waste and trash, which makes a lot of sense, water, sewer, street and sidewalk maintenance, stormwater drainage, and police crime safety response. So again, I want to contextualize not only with the benchmarking, but with the fact we had some concerns about police safety, but less than half of our respondents indicated they'd utilized that particular service in the past year, which tells us there might be some perception-related answers being given versus actual tangible, I've had an experience with police safety crime response or something like that. It's usually secondhand from that, because there really is no reason for half of businesses not having used police safety crime response to have rated that any particular way other than maybe positive or neutral if they didn't have that particular interaction with folks. So, but a lot of that's probably based on perceptions, what they're hearing in the community. And then we had fewer folks who are still dissatisfied with these services, code enforcement, building permits, development review down at the bottom. Fewer businesses, even more, having used or participated in any of those services, giving us, poor ratings to those particular things, or even those things showing up as gaps in some of our satisfaction ratings. When we talk about more specific city services, we asked if you'd used, we asked your satisfaction with those services. We see huge levels of dissatisfied with the development review process. Almost 2/3 of our respondents gave us a dissatisfied mark. But as we saw in our previous slide, and I apologize, I'm going to pull out the keyboard here, only 21% or 1 in 5 businesses had a perceived or an actual perception of that based on their experience. When we talk about services that should be emphasized, we're seeing street and sidewalk maintenance right along the lines of our community survey, police crime safety response, development review, and then building permits just right below solid waste or trash service there. And that's the important satisfaction analysis we saw. So here is the important satisfaction analysis based on those findings: street and sidewalk maintenance, development review, police crime safety response. So there's a lot of trends between what businesses are kind of concerned about throughout all of the survey results. And what we also want to do is try to diagnose some of those gaps in this service as well. So on the far left, the numbered column, those are respondents that are very satisfied or just satisfied, so ratings of 5s and 4s on that 5-point scale. To the right is the mean rating for respondents who are neutral, dissatisfied, or very dissatisfied, so basically a non-positive response. And then the gap in those services, and we see development review, value for taxes, and then image of the city with a lesser gap, something that I didn't really highlight in the previous one, where those gaps that were kind of below 1.25 points, which I use that because that kind of drives our mean when we do our mapping. So I kind of say anything of about 1 1/4 point mean difference is kind of those significant ones, or those ones that are larger gaps, whereas down at the bottom we have barely or not even a point gap between the types of retail and entertainment establishments available. Pretty much similar ratings there. And when we have some more normative comparisons for this, another reason that I like to provide these is because police crime safety response is one of our top priorities for improvement based on the analysis, although fewer than half of respondents had utilized or actually participated in that particular service. And according to the contextual results, the local results, you're performing significantly above the regional average when we talk about KC Metro with the delivery of that particular service. Stormwater drainage right there, code enforcement right along the lines where we should be, and street and sidewalk maintenance down towards the bottom, but still performing well within those kind of margins of error there. We also have some additional items concerning the workforce in Lawrence. Instead of showing you the specific slides, I wanted to just show you the comparisons. We have education, technical skills of workers. We basically asked business leaders to indicate how satisfied they are with the workforce in the community. We asked these 3 questions, rate your satisfaction with all 3. Education, technical skills of workforce above the regional average, and then quality of workers and availability of workers significantly below those regional averages there. So it's definitely something, there's something irking the business community about some of our availability or quality of workers, but we've also got issues in their minds with some of our development review, code enforcement processes as well. When we talk about additional findings, these were just some additional questions that we were able to include on the survey. We wanted to know what your preferred method of getting information about business assistance programs was. 2/3 of folks said, hey, email me. Now the uphill battle that everybody has to climb is collecting those emails, maintaining that database and all of that good stuff. But that would definitely be an effective means of communication. We see that right along the lines of many of our community surveys, email becoming a popular item. And then the city's website at 40%, but we know that our minority-owned and women-owned businesses are much more frequently to select city website than they are email. They would much rather go out and get that information, it sounds like themselves, than have it pushed into their inbox. Or maybe that's some idea of about, I know what I'm looking for, I want to be able to find it, versus just getting that email and notification that maybe is pertinent to the city. So we also asked which ones are preferred. Email again, social media, newsletter, city's website down there, and preference, and then personal visit. We asked businesses maybe what some of their plans would be in the future. And then we asked, what kind of business information would you be interested in? As we saw on the workforce slide just a few slides ago, quality, availability of workers, a major concern for businesses. Identifying and hiring new employees was at the top of the list, almost 2/3 of businesses selecting that. And then increasing marketing or sales, about half of businesses. Significantly fewer folks, but still about 1/4 or 1/5 indicated learn how to better provide for the safety of their customers, which you would assume that if there was a real concern or a real problem with our police crime safety response, we would see learning how to better provide for the safety of customers and employees at the top of this list. So there's some suggestions throughout the results that say that's not really a major issue for businesses. Some of these other items are becoming major issues, but when we kind of look at question 12, it helps us put in place some of those other results based on the analysis that we had previously. And then again, we asked in the next year, what are some of these actions that you're going to be doing? Grow or shrink the workforce. From the cross-tabulations we learned, it's most likely growing the workforce with those larger businesses, primarily because they also want to expand some of their physical footprint. And we saw that 35% expanding business physically. 1 in 5 said relocate their business within Lawrence, and the best mark, I think, is fewer than 10%. Fewer than 1 out of 10 respondents said that they're going to relocate their business outside of Lawrence or close. You know, those are terrible response options to even give, but it's something that we definitely should be tracking in terms of these types of perception surveys. Very few businesses are planning on closing or relocating outside of the city. Most folks are looking to likely grow their workforce in the future. And with that, I'll take any questions. I'll do my best to answer what I can. I have a copy of the report here, and anything we can't, we'll get offline with Sam and Brett.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I had a question about the gap you talked about on a couple of different items. What typically, what do you see? Do you have any numbers regionally that would show how we fall within those gaps?
Yeah. So usually I do gap analysis for employee surveys, driving satisfaction with the workforce. I'll get back to you on that. Okay. I've run some recent business surveys, so I've got some data. I'll run some gap analysis on some of our satisfaction ranks to see where those stand. You know, my perception again is anything kind of 1 1/4 points or close to that difference, those are the ones we need to focus on most immediately. Mm-hmm. If everything would have been at like 1 point or less than 1 point difference, I would have suggested there wasn't a lot of difference in the attitudes or perceptions of those folks. Okay. But there weren't strong gaps. What I kind of used that for was to also kind of support some of that idea that these are perceived notions of the delivery of these services. Not all of our respondents had actually used or participated in these processes. So there's a lot of perceptions that are being spelled out in the survey that might also be frustrations with other things that are going on within the city as well. Yes, let me run some additional gap analysis for 2 of my other clients, and we'll see what we come up with and see what maybe those differences look like there. One thing to also keep in mind is you performed very well in our comparatives and our benchmarking, so we might see larger gaps in other communities as well.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. If not, we'll open it up to public comment. This is a public. I'm sorry.
I don't know if Sam or anyone, were you finishing anything, or was it just?
Was this it? Was this the? Yeah, this was it.
I guess I did have a question
Sorry
for
about
staff
that.
before we got there. I didn't know if it's just for him or not. That gap analysis did talk a lot about building, building permits, development review, codes, new development. And I know we're working on a new development code. I'm working on that, but I don't know, Craig or Jeff, do you have any, 50% business unfriendly, not necessarily the results you want, but any thoughts on, any comment, I guess?
I don't know if Jeff's. There he is.
Craig Lang, Public Service. I'm sorry, Craig.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I just wanted to comment that, I think a lot of the work we're doing with the land development code, a lot of the work that we've been doing on trying to streamline the permit review process, and really the work on implementing the new ERP, the Intergov, or the enterprise program to help with the permitting and reviews is going to go a long way, I think, to doing that. But it's something that's been on top of my mind. And I think this just helps us, let us know that we've put all that resources and efforts into those baskets, and to keep working on those efforts and hopefully make that gap decrease.
I just say it a different way. I don't think there was a lot of surprise here from what we've heard from the business community. This is 12-month-old data, roughly 8 months old. And I think some of the big investments we've made, both in resources and in strategy, are going to pay off eventually. But, Jeff's talking about a software implementation program that tracks and processes everything much faster, so his staff can be much more efficient in what they're doing. But you're right, the code revision, which is an 18-month process, we started that right away. We were being responsive to kind of what we heard and what we suspected were part of the problems. So the rest of it is just, once we get those pieces aligned, making sure that staff is really attuned to who they're serving and providing, a much faster and more responsive service to the business community, which they want to do. We just need to give them the tools to do that and make sure that we're putting the processes in place so it's consistently done. But I don't think this was a surprise. It wasn't what we like to hear, but I don't think it was a surprise. Now we just have to do the work and be good listeners.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much for explaining that. That was really good information. Look forward to hearing more about the gap.
Yeah. And I will run that probably tomorrow and send it over to Sam and Brett.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure again.
Thank you, Brett. Sam, thank you. Okay. Any public comment on this item? Any public comment on Zoom? Nope. Okay, bring it back up. Discussion. Any other further comments on this from the commission before we move on?
I guess I would just echo a little bit what Jeff and Craig said. I guess I wasn't particularly surprised. I do think, some of these concerns, development code, building permits, new development have a lot to do with the code we're working on. And so I do think those are things we can keep in front of our mind as we continue to move forward with that process and start to gather feedback. And lots of those other ones, were much, with some respects, were more general in nature, which would be closer to what a resident might feel about safety, for example, or whatever. But the ones, talking specifically about businesses and their interactions with our planning and development, I think are ones we can, I think we can make good progress on through the development code. And so look forward to doing that.
Anybody else? If not, we receive this and move on to Before we move on to regular agenda items, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We've been here since 5, so we would like to take a short break, 10 minutes. We'll be back at 7:40. Ready. We're back. We're back. Gentlemen. Thad. Thad. We're back. We're back. It's okay. Okay, we're on to regular agenda item number 1, which is to receive update from the TFG, the city's grant contractor, with backup of staff regarding potential grant opportunities, which are being tracked by staff. Who do you have on this one? Who do we have? Nobody?
I see her. I just don't think she's back yet.
I don't think she can hear us. Now she can.
Paula?
Yeah. Who is Melinda doing this?
Jeremy.
Oh, Jeremy? Jeremy, you doing this one? Okay, go ahead and have at it.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Good evening, Commissioners. Jeremy Wilmoth. I'm the Director of Finance for the City of Lawrence. I have the pleasure of introducing to you all our new grant administrator for the city. Her name is Paula Brandazor. She's only been with the city for a few weeks, so I told her, relax, I'll handle this. You don't need to, get concerned about that. So as you all know, Diane was our champion for the agreement with the Ferguson Group, and that's being transitioned to Paula. So in the coming months, she'll be the one making these presentations for you. But with that transition, we wanted to, make sure that you all were aware the contract is continuing, the relationship is continuing, and we're here tonight to turn this over to either Christy or Heidi to give their presentation from the Ferguson Group. And then once our presentation is over, I believe staff members from the grant committee will be available for any questions you may have.
Thanks, Jeremy. Okay, I'm going to try and share my screen. Awesome. All right, can everyone see that? So my name is Heidi Schott, and I'm the Director of Grant Services at the Ferguson Group, and one of the city's team members from TFG to provide grant services. So we're just going to take you through a really quick presentation of the accomplishments that we achieved with the city in 2022, as well as give a brief update as to what we've been working on so far in 2023 and the good work that will come for the rest of the year. So to highlight some of the successes that the city had is we've received a lot of engagement in 2022 from your city departments. Particularly, there's a lot of interest in grants from MSO. That is of no surprise because there has been a flood of federal funding coming out of the infrastructure package that was passed. So there has been a priority focus for the city in grant funding on infrastructure projects that we prioritized planning for in 2022. So we spent a lot of the year working with your staff to A, better understand your projects, B, whittle down the list of projects to what actually responds to federal grant priorities, as this administration has several priorities that it's looking to address in every single grant program. And then we have begun laying the foundation for a lot of these grant programs so that the city is poised to submit an application in either 2023 or 2024. While all this program development and planning was going on, the city was obviously very busy applying for many grants. There were 23 applications that were submitted that TFG has been able to determine. TFG engaged in 5 of them. Of the 23 applications, 11 were awarded, and actually that number should now be 12 because just recently the city received news that it was among one of the recipients for the Department of Transportation's Safe Streets and Roads for All grant program, which was a new program created through the infrastructure package in DOT. They received an award of $160,000 to help develop a safety action plan for Lawrence and some surrounding communities. So that's a big accomplishment because that is the first ever time that that grant actually was submitted, and nobody was able to look at the guidelines until the application was released. So congratulations to the city for securing some of the first funding through a new program that was issued through IIJA. This year, the city is already well underway into their grant development process. In the last month, we have engaged with the city on 2 projects that will be submitting grants this year, one regarding firefighting and the other regarding your MSO campus expansion and how it might be able to position for FEMA BRIC funding in the future. That's building resilience, infrastructure, and communities funding. So I just want to applaud the city and its staff for all the planning and hard work and grant writing it did in 2022. Just over $7 million or almost $8 million of funding was secured on both the federal and state level. So as we reported last time, we got to sit down with the commission. We at TFG have a 5-step to success grant process. We did the laborious needs assessment last year, where we were able to whittle down your projects and really focus in on a plan for submitting grants this year. So now, where are we? We are in steps 3, 4, and 5. We continue to position your priority projects. Some were not ready to compete for funding in 2022 and still are underway and getting ready for 2023. As I just mentioned, there were many grants submitted in 2022. So we are grant writing, or the city is grant writing, and we are providing grant editing and review services. And then as necessary, we have been engaging political support, either assisting with securing congressional delegation letters of support for competitive federal grant programs, or setting up meetings with federal funding agencies as necessary. So what are the priority projects that we're looking towards in 2023? As you'll see on the screen, there are several projects that are listed. These projects were identified by city staff as well as through your CIP, as well as through additional outreach that the city has had with TFG over the last year. As you can see, based on this table, we have aligned possible grant opportunities to support your program or your priority projects, as well as we are anticipating the timing of how we need to get ready to submit a competitive grant once the grant application is released. And so while we are focusing or have displayed this screen of priority projects, the city is still sending TFG requests for information about funding that might be able to support other projects. So while we are focused on these ones, we are still supporting the city in identifying funding opportunities as needs come up. They do that with us through email, as well as meetings, or using a Project Ideal funding portal where we can learn more about what your needs are, what your priority projects are, and continue to build out this list and the city's grant success. So that was just a very brief recap about what we have done this past year and what we are planning to do with the city moving forward.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Any questions for Heidi or staff?
Quick question, and I'll direct this to Craig. As far as, I noticed that many of the grants that we are seeing the TFG work on are very high-level federal grants. I know that we're seeing an influx of state grants, state funding opportunities coming in. Do we anticipate utilizing TFG to do some of that work, or through the grant development working, would that be something that is offset to staff to focus on some of those grants if we see that there's alignment with CIP projects?
Well, I think it's going to be the staff as much as we can. We'll probably get some good guidance from those that can tell us we have a good shot at this, or this is a good fit for something that we need. That's where we've had good leverage and kind of help guide those. But I think even at the state level, we've had a good sense of where that money is positioned and how to get access to it at a staff level. Now, staff's busy, so we got to keep up with these as the opportunities come about.
And so, Jeremy, with the new grant administrator, help me just high level understand that relationship between, is it more just, are they a conduit between staff as far as just grants to go after, to have those high level conversations with TFG, or is it just more of the managing of when reports are due, funding coming in, funding coming out, things of that nature?
Sure. Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. So a few years ago, the city actually had I think it was 2016 or 17, had a finding in the audit about some missed reporting deadlines. And so we had identified in the finance department a gap in the city's overall grant administration network. And so we had requested to add this position to the budget with the understanding of all of the various federal funding opportunities that were right on the horizon. We really wanted to make sure that we had someone on our team that was coordinating with each of the individual departments throughout the entire process. So not jumping in at the end, but making sure that we're coordinating grant applications and making sure that grant matches are set aside, and sort of doing that financial minutia that's required of every grant. And in addition to that, then ensuring compliance with federal regulations, purchasing regulations, ensuring that subrecipient monitoring is occurring in a consistent manner across the organization. Sort of taking the administration and the coordination effort of the grants and unifying that, but we certainly don't have the capacity to take over grants for the entire city. So Paula's key charge will be training and reporting and ensuring that deadlines are met, and that the procurement policy is followed, updating our grant policy. I don't believe there's been a significant review of the city's grant policy since the early 2000s. As you're well aware, there's been a lot of changes to federal law and state law. So we want to make sure that our policy is up to date and then monitored moving forward, and that we're coordinating efforts between the 18 different departments that could potentially go out for grants at any given time. Again, to ensure that we're in compliance with all of the federal regulations, state regulations, and local regulations. And so part of her work then will be as that champion of this relationship with the Ferguson Group, to ensure that the departments are meeting with the Ferguson Group, utilizing their expertise where they can, and really going out and seeking those grants that we need to further our strategic plan.
Got it. Thank you, Jeremy.
Just a quick question. On page 9 of 20, listing the different grants, one of them was the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant Program. And it looks like there's a funding formula for that. Just curious, I'm not sure I've heard of that before. Is that one of the new programs? And is it indeed a block grant where we know we're going to get the money and the question is just what we're going to spend it on? Or can someone fill me in on that program?
Sure, Heidi Schott from the Ferguson Group here. Yes, that is a program that is entitled to the city based on a formula developed by the Department of Energy. The Department of Energy released guidelines for the first time this year as it was, I'll call it a new program created by the infrastructure package. However, it did exist under the Obama administration. And so it's quasi-new, but it hasn't been funded since about 2009. So I'm going to say it's new because it's the first time it's had money in a long time. And the Department of Energy has had to revise a lot of the way it's approached in putting the money out for this program. Christy, you were about to say something.
Sure, I was going to characterize it as a revived program. As Heidi indicated, one of the last times it actually had received funding was under the ARA stimulus package, which was approved during the Obama administration. And since then, Congress hasn't funded it. And so it was one of the priority programs that was included in the IIJA, or the infrastructure package, but it wasn't one of the new ones. It just received funding for the first time in a long time. And that funding is available for 5 years. So it's something to keep in mind there too. Under ARA, it was much more short-lived. We love the EEGB. We're constantly advocating for Congress to bring it back and fund it. So we're very appreciative to see that it was included in the package. And I think those guidelines were just released, actually. So it took them a while to, as Heidi indicated, it took them a while to figure out how to issue the program under the new guidances.
Well, that's exciting.
Yeah,
So Christy and Heidi, with the EECBG, is that, I'm trying to remember, is that funding that, I know in regards to, we're looking at it from a planning piece, but some of the work that we're doing around environmental sustainability policies, internal, some of our planning and development code review, are those funds, can we use those funds for that? Or what are we looking to use those planning dollars for?
I have not actually heard yet what the city plans on using its EECBG funds for, so I'd have to defer to city staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This is Kathy Richardson, the Sustainability Director. As it was mentioned, this is information that was released recently. So we've been having some conversations with our city staff team, but also there's a regional effort to have a conversation of how we can collaborate. And that is with the Mid-America Regional Council that is talking to the cities and counties that are eligible. So we have a meeting coming up next week to discuss. And like I said, we're still discussing internal as well.
Okay. Any other questions, comment, or discussion or comments? Okay. This is a public item, public comment item. Is there any public comment on this item?
Good evening, Mayor Larson and Commissioners. My name is Michael Allman, and I'm speaking for myself at this point. Last time the Ferguson Group made a comprehensive report was last June, and that was 2 months before the Inflation Reduction Act was enacted. I may have missed in the agenda item report or the presentation, but I don't know if there's anything currently the Ferguson Group is working on to investigate the Inflation Reduction Act, which seems to me is like the mother lode of grants out there. It's trillions of dollars. So I'm just curious, some of the money is directly from the federal government. Some of it is through state energy offices. I don't know who and how that's sorted out. But I mean, there's lots of things the city could get for buildings, for transit, for bikeways, for energy conservation, upgrading the efficiency of the pumps at the water treatment plant. I mean, those are old pumps. There's all kinds of things in that Inflation Reduction Act, and I don't know what they are, but I bet the Ferguson group could look into it, and I would urge you to ask them to do that. So,
thank you, Michael. Thank you. We will. Any other public comment on this item from the audience? Online? Any public comment online?
Kevin Elliott.
I don't know how that keeps happening. I did not intend to raise my hand. I don't know what I'm doing. I apologize.
That's okay, Kevin. All right. Any other public comment online?
That's it.
All right. Bring it back up to the commission. Heidi or staff, about the Inflation Reduction Act as far as grant opportunities?
Sure, Heidi from the Ferguson Group here. So TFG did provide the city staff with an overview of the Inflation Reduction Act funding. While there is a lot of money coming out of the Inflation Reduction Act, actually the vast majority of the funding is coming through tax rebates, which is not a competitive discretionary grant program that TFG, I guess, engages in. Yes, there are some grant programs that are created out of the Inflation Reduction Act. Some of them, in fact, exist already and just received plus-ups in funding. And there are a couple that are new, and we are waiting on guidance. Most of the new grant programs are coming out through the Environmental Protection Agency, and they have been holding comment periods in December and in January regarding the new programs. So we anticipate seeing new guidelines and new information about a lot of these inflation reduction grants coming out of EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, in March and onwards, just like we saw a lull with the infrastructure package where we are waiting on the federal governments to stand up these programs. We're kind of in the similar situation with the Inflation Reduction Act.
Thank you.
If I can add to that, we still haven't seen all of the programs that were created and authorized under the IIJA, which passed months before the IRA. So it takes time when Congress reissues or reauthorizes or even and actually creates new programs for them to go through the public process of vetting those programs, putting out notices and gathering comments on how they're going to be addressed. And a lot of that falls into the IRA. So.
Thank you very much. So any other questions? Not, this was a receive.
I was just going to say, obviously, thank you to the Ferguson Group and all the staff. I mean, $8 million is a good amount of money. and as Michael points out, hopefully there'll be more on the way and more possibilities. Help the important initiatives that we're talking about. So thank you for your efforts.
Yep, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item number 2 on the regular agenda items. Consider request from Douglas County to participate in the Wakarusa Extension Project.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Dave Cronin, City Engineer. So just a quick history. Last June, the city and county submitted a commitment letter to KDOT to contribute approximately $14 million in local funds to help move this South Lawrence Trafficway Expansion Project into the construction pipeline. So as you know, they have done that, and its final plans are moving forward on that project. So as part of our discussions for that local contribution and local funding was several projects, and one of them was the Wakarusa Extension South project. It's a project we talked about last year during the CIP process with our local funding of $7 million. And originally, when the funding split with the commitment letter was worked on, we plan to split that project 40% city and 60% county. So as you know, during CIP process last year, we removed the details of the Wakarusa Extension project based off of discussions and public concerns regarding that project. Since that time, the county has moved forward with having a public meeting around that project. They also produced a report kind of summarizing the overall need to construct that project. And last November, they approved their CIP, which included funding for that project. And so with in the county's CIP, with the revised estimate of that project, that project's $9 million is our latest estimate on that. The county share at the original 60-40 split is $5.4 million, and the city share would be $3.6 million. So they've also, based off discussions that we've had here with the city and city commission, wanted to clarify, this county asked the city to clarify our commitment to the project and if we were intending to participate or not. So that's really ultimately the topic of conversation tonight. And being that it's a three-party agreement with KDOT and how our local contribution is, it is a little confusing, I would say, or a little complicated. But overall, if the city were to decide not to participate in that project, the county could still go forward with it, and it sounds likely that they would continue on with that project. We would still meet our local contribution as far as KDOT is concerned if that project's completed, if a shared use path is included in that project. So in the memo, I've outlined a couple of different scenarios on if we participate in the project or not. Again, if we do participate at our original cost share that we anticipated at 40%, it would be $3.6 million. If the city were to decide not to participate in that project and the county move forward with that, taking on the full cost of that project, the indications that we've received from the county is that they would not include a shared use path, which is approximately $1 million of the project. In discussing that scenario with KDOT, KDOT did not consider the city and county meeting our local participation if a shared use path was not included in the project. Basically with, the reason that KDOT considered the Wakarusa South project as a local contributing project was for multimodal connectivity, not just for vehicles, but to have a shared use path. Again, the project really started years ago when the intersection or access at Castle was closed, when KDOT closed that due to safety reasons. It cut off vehicular and multimodal access to K10 there. So if the city did chose not to participate in the road project and the county moved forward, there would be about a $1 million gap in our commitment to KDOT. And so that would be scenario number 2 in my memo. And number 3 would be if the city chose not to participate in the road project, we could still participate in the shared use path and pick up that portion of the costs, again, assuming the county does move forward with constructing the project. And in that scenario, we would overall meet our local contribution for KDOT. And so that's, I guess, a little bit of a summary of the different scenarios. I guess the indication that I've gotten is the county would proceed with the project if the city did not participate financially. Of course, there is that option that that they chose not to proceed as well with the project. And if that were the case, then we would not meet our local participation unless we decided to just pay, give KDOT the money for that, what that total would be, which would be about $9 million, and then the road would not be built. But overall, of the 5 projects that are listed as our local contribution, all of them are directly tied to the SLT improvements. And one of our goals after KDOT asked city and county to contribute local funds was to see if some of those funds could go to local improvements. And so with that, I would turn it over to any questions, and I'd be happy to talk about any of the other statistics behind the construction of the road. I know we went into that a lot last year, but just wanted to kind of outline the different scenarios if we funded or didn't fund the project.
Any questions?
I do. I see your 3 options here, but I do feel like we asked previously if there were other projects KDOT would accept. And now that I see these items here that are not the Wakarusa extension, I guess I ask myself, why couldn't we contribute to one of those? I think we would run into a similar problem with at least one commissioner, but I still didn't feel like I got an answer of what other projects are happening that would satisfy the match to KDOT as far as KDOT is concerned.
Yeah, Commissioner, we have not identified any other projects that could meet our local contribution. The county really wants to move forward with the Wakarusa Extension project. There's not a project or projects that could substitute that one. And although there are potentially other improvements or betterments that the city could participate in with the SLT, we talked about a little bit in the past about aesthetic improvements or landscaping, a bicycle, pedestrian, bike ped tunnel or bridge over Iowa that we may be able to cost share in. Those are not able to be substituted as part of our local contribution, if that makes sense or not. And I think it's really complicated because it's 3 parties, right? So we've got the county, and that Wakarusa Extension project had originally assumed some city funds and some county funds. So if the county were to go ahead and construct that project and revise their CIP to basically fund the difference, there would be city dollars that would be freed up. So our share is $3.6 million in that project. We still have a $7 million project in the CIP for South Lawrence Trafficway improvements. And so if the county were to essentially pick up our share of that project, construct it, there would be $3.6 million or 2.6 if we funded the shared use path that could be put to other improvements or another project.
Other questions? I have one. So you've indicated that you didn't think there was any other projects that this could be applied towards. What about the project at Clinton Parkway where we're going to build I believe it's a roundabout there right off of K10? Is there any of that money that could be used towards that? If not, why?
there are a couple three roundabouts being built there off Clinton Parkway, 2 at the interchange with K10 and 1 basically relocating the existing roundabout at Lake Point Drive. But those are already included in the project. KDOT's funding those improvements for those roundabouts. We've asked KDOT to look at costs and designs for improving the bicycle crossing, the Lawrence Loop crossing there at the roundabout, so that there could potentially be a project or a cost share that the city could participate in that as we move forward with those discussions. But that wouldn't that project or improvement couldn't be necessarily substituted for our local contribution.
Okay. So if I understand it correctly, that in order for us to, I mean, all 3 parties, or the county and us, to meet our cost share, that $1 million would have to be included as part of the project. Is that correct for the multimodal path?
Correct. KDOT would like to see the path constructed, the shared use path constructed. So if the city commission chose to not fund the road project, we would need to also have a discussion or get some direction on if we wanted to fund that shared use path. And I would recommend that if the road does get put in, that the shared use path is constructed. I mean, we add bicycle facilities when we construct roads, so I think it would be in good practice for us to do that. But again, that would be something that we would need some direction on.
So we would essentially default on our agreement if that $1 million was not included?
Correct.
Okay. If the county picked it up?
If the county paid for the shared use path and it was constructed, then yes, we would meet our local contribution. So overall, KDOT has not specified how much the city and how much the county should contribute. It's just the overall amount or the overall work, the overall, so if the improvements are constructed, whether it's the county paying for them or the city, it would overall meet our local contribution.
Okay.
So again, I want to clarify, KDOT doesn't care what we spend the money on.
Well, they do. I mean, there's 5 projects that were outlined or that they considered as our local match, and so those are the 5 that I've listed in the memo. The other 4 projects, or the other 4 projects, are already included in their plans. It's the Wakarusa Extension South project that would be a separate set of plans. It would be tied to the bidding of the project, so it would be constructed. The plan all along has been to take the economies of the overall SLT project, bid it, and then construct it. But it would be so it's for the local contribution. It's those projects that met their requirements.
And what would happen if we don't meet the match between the county and us, if the match is not met?
Yeah, that's probably a question I don't know if I can answer. I think it's KDOT would either move forward with the project anyways and build it, or they could choose to delay it, or choose to delay the project. I guess since we did, it was a factor in their considering to move the project forward. Now, I think it's a very important project. I don't see that happening. And I think the only other impact it may have down the road is just our ability to get funding from KDOT on projects. You know, we work together on projects, and so we've given the indication that we would work with them on this. And so, you know, if we did back out of our local commitment, you know, it could have some impacts down the road on our ability to get other funding or to just you know, partner with them on projects or grants. So so I think it's just on the relationship side, you know, I think there could be some impact, but some impact there. But overall, it's you know, I think they're ready to move forward with the project. And if we didn't contribute, I think they have the funding to build it anyway. But it's just that they really, you know, with this under their transportation program, want to see local commitment. It's not just this project, but projects across the state. It was one of the keys for the legislature was to have some local commitment, and for KDOT to show that local commitment to really recommend projects to move forward into construction.
Thank you.
But to be clear, I guess the way to, if we chose not to fund the agreement but did not want to default on our, if we did not want to fund the Wakarusa extension but did not want to default on our agreement with KDOT, we'd have to write them a $3.6 million check. Or if we assuming we didn't fund the walkway either, it'd be a $2.6 million check.
Well, it's probably not that easy because we wouldn't be writing KDOT the check. If we don't, you know, if we weren't funding the Wakarusa extension project, then the county would either need to fund it or not fund it. So if the county didn't fund it, then yes, we could write the $3.6 million check, and the county could essentially write a check for their share. Now, I don't think they want to do that. And I think that's, again, with being a three-party agreement is where it gets complicated.
Yeah. So what you're saying is if they funded it, I mean, another way not to default on the agreement is to write the county a $3.6 million check. Even though we say we're not going to fund the Wakarusa extension, we could pay them not to fund it, but pay them to satisfy our agreement.
That's possible.
That's probably a bad question. You don't have to answer that.
I mean, yeah, I where you're coming from, but yeah. So we would still meet our commitment, you know, but.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Commissioner Littlejohn, or Vice Mayor Littlejohn. I was wondering, Dave, if you could go into just a little bit more of the background just for some folks that are coming on new to the process. Just ultimately regarding the current traffic on the dam road, what kind of environmental impact studies will be performed? I think there's like, gosh, at least 6 agencies, both federal and state, that would be included in that. And then I'm not sure if you, but maybe Kim, who might be on here, the open space plan that the county is looking into.
Yeah, Commissioner, as far as the environmental impacts or assessments, so that, you know, that would be done during a design of the project. With the crossing of the Wakarusa River, need to get approval from the Army Corps of Engineers. There would be a review from KDHE for stormwater pollution. The Kansas Department of Agriculture, Division of Water Resources, reviews work in streams and floodways, so they would be a reviewer of the bridge plans, and Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks would be involved in reviewing if there's any threatened or endangered species. So there would be environmental reviews as part of the design of the project if it were to move forward. And then you had a question on open space that.
I also had a question just regarding the current traffic on the dam road, which people use to get south currently, as opposed to Iowa Street. So.
Correct. Yeah. So the dam road is a road that's maintained by the Army Corps of Engineers. It is, really not built to standards carry large volumes of traffic or heavy loads. I think it's got weight restrictions right now. So ultimately, traffic would either use the dam road or need to use Iowa to go between the city and the county if the road was not constructed. So in the Douglas County report that they put on their website regarding the project, kind of looked at response times for fire and medical response out into the county, whether they use the dam road or needed to use Iowa. So there would be an increase in time for emergency access if the road weren't built, and also just everyday traffic. Currently, traffic, uses the dam road to go between the city and the county, and I think having this road built would relieve some of that pressure from traffic needing to use the dam road. So there are times when the dam road is closed for maintenance, and just transportation and is, it's good to have a good transportation network, and the connection would further enhance the network. So if there was work going on the dam road, the road's there. The county also has concerns about N1200 road west of Iowa, which it floods from time to time. So if there was a major flood, you could get access cut off there. And so those are a couple of the benefits from a transportation perspective on constructing the road.
Yeah, thanks. Because I think I saw where the dam road was closed today. I think they were working on it today from like 9 to 3. So it is Army Corps engineered land, so that it's to their discretion on when they can work on it and when they can't. And also, I'm sorry, just a little follow-up question on that one. I know I think the open comment period is now for the 2050 transportation plan. And I thought I saw like some information on there that the accumulated traffic if the road wasn't built, given that I know there's some development plans out there to go ahead and build the west or jump the highway. I don't know if you can speak to that, but I think I did see some information saying that there would be a little bit more of a buildup if that road wasn't present.
Well, as far as the Wakarusa Extension Road, really that's not, reasons for building it's not development related.
Right.
And so I know on a transportation plan, like west of K10, there's some discussions going on about extending roads and connections for development. So this, really the need for this was mainly accelerated with the closure of Castle a few years ago and not for development.
I gotcha. Thank you, Dave. Last one, the open space plan. And if you could speak to that, and I think I'll be done with this one.
Okay. Did you have anything else, Commissioner, Vice Mayor?
Oh, no. Yeah, I thought Kim was on, for this. I thought I saw her on.
Bart, I am here.
Okay.
Yes, and I can speak very briefly to the fact that we are launching an open space plan. In fact, we will have a work session with the County Commission tomorrow evening to launch with the consultant team, Logan Simpson, that we're working with. We are planning some exciting community engagement opportunities this spring. Our first step is to really identify community values around space use in the county. These could be preservation or opportunities for recreation, agriculture, things of that nature. So we're really taking a holistic stance toward open space. But in regard to this project, all I can say at this point is that our team is very committed to pursuing preservation around the Wakarusa River as a first in the Wakarusa corridor as a first step, with no immediate plans in place, but that is something that we are seeking. So I know I don't really have an answer to I'm not sure I have an answer to your question, Commissioner, but that's what I can provide at this time.
No, it's okay. I was just wondering where you guys were at with it, because I heard a lot of things and I wanted to take the opportunity since you're online. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm good.
You're good? Okay, great. Any other questions? If not, we'll take it to public comment. Open for public comment.
Basan, Sanyele, Zoya Hayuchiha, Muskogee, Boshita Adene. Good evening, commissioners. I hope you're doing well. My name is Dan Wildcat. I am a Yuchi member of the Muskogee Nation of Oklahoma, but I'm a longtime Lawrence community member and a member of the Haskell Indian Nations community. And it's in that role I'd like to speak to you today. There are a multitude of good reasons for you, the commission, to not approve this project. First among them are the environmental impacts to the flora and the fauna, the land, the air, the water quality, noise pollution, cultural and historical factors, and of course, impacts on the existing farmland in the Wakarusa Valley associated with the actual site of the proposed construction and the ensuing increased traffic on K10. Given the current backdrop of global climate change and the environmental destruction it is producing, transportation-related questions deserve a serious systemic examination. I applaud the city's move to create a free public transportation system utilizing buses. As the apocryphal observation attributed to Einstein states, one cannot solve problems with the same kind of thinking that created them. To keep increasing automobile traffic and building multi-lane roads is the old solution to transportation problems. Such activities inevitably lead to more accidents and damaging environmental consequences. Needless to say, I wish the county had involved in some exciting engagement activities to get some collaboration involved in this proposal they're put forward and pushing. It's been virtually non-existent. At Haskell last week, we organized our own public meeting. We had about 70 people, including many people from the city and county, attend. And what we heard is many of them shared their environmental concerns and were wondering why this extension was needed and what's the real backstory. Haskell's desire to hold a meeting was solely motivated by a willingness to create the most positive outcome for Haskell and its environs when faced with another disadvantageous situation in which the voices of Haskell, the Haskell community, alumni, and our tribal nations are ignored. There's a lot more I could say. I submitted written remarks to you this morning with an addendum of a letter that we had sent to KDOT and the Federal Highway Administration back in September.
Thank you, Mr. Wildcat. Thank you. Your time's up.
Okay.
Please don't go.
Other public comment on this item?
Please don't go. You anticipating engaging public commenters? Okay.
Anybody here?
The Wakarusa extension, the county has $6 million or $42 million or $13 million, however much it is in that slush fund that was in the paper.
Hello?
How do we keep getting ourselves into situations where decisions have been made that we're forced to spend money in the county Otherwise, as Brad put it, start writing checks to people. How do we get in a position like that, where city funds are forced to be spent in the county, or else we have to write a check? And see, he can't do a view where you can see. So let's pause that again. We keep getting in situations where dollars just keep getting spent. I don't have much else to add, but I find it interesting that you would take a public commenter, tell them not to leave. That's pretty interesting. That was public comment.
Other public comment on this item? Go ahead. Come on up, folks. Don't be shy.
Hello, I'm Michael Allman with Sustainability Action Network. I would strongly request that you adopt option number 5, which is the no-build option, neither the road nor the shared use path bikeway. Cyclists out on those county roads, they're performance cyclists, they're endurance cyclists. They want as hilly and challenging a ride as possible. They're not looking for a shortcut, which is what they're trying to claim this bicycle path would provide. That SUP is just window dressing for the road. As far as the need for this local funding match, you know that's not required. It's requested. It's a red herring. KDOT is requesting that. And they're acting as though it's required, like it's a sword of Damocles they're holding over your head, that if you don't comply, they're going to, there'll be all kinds of negative repercussions. I don't think that's adequate public policy, and I don't think you should go along with that. If it were federal money for a local project, yes, there would be a local 20% match typically. This is a Kansas highway at a Kansas KDOT project funded with Kansas money. That doesn't require a local match, as KDOT has acknowledged. They're requesting it. So if you're really wanting to look for alternatives, I do think that a street tree landscaping option connected with the SLT, why wouldn't that be qualified? I mean, Dave Cronin says we haven't identified any other projects. Why not? He also seems not to be up to date, as his staff, Jake Baldwin, would tell him that KDOT has provided a plan for an overpass at the Clinton Parkway interchange for the Lawrence Loop. It's on their desk. Dave Cronin just told you it would qualify. However, I think the main issue here is the environmental justice concerns of Native Americans in Haskell Indian Nations University. They have been aggrieved by the SLT through this wetlands and the river corridor for decades. So please listen to their objections. While the Wakarusa extension may be financially and legally separate from the SLT project, it certainly is a very real part of that project, functionally, physically. I mean, it's providing a direct connection. The faculty and students at Haskell Indian Nations held a public hearing, as you heard last week. And
Thank you, Michael. Your time's up. Thank you.
Why the Lawrence Directorate of Equity
Michael,
and Inclusion.
you're out of order. I'm going to give you a warning. You're out of time. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Why wasn't Faris Muhammad there? Well, how does he do his job?
I don't know. Other public comment on this item?
Hello, my name's Hank Garisco. I've been a Lawrence resident for over 50 years, and I've seen a lot of changes in the city and the county, both, during that time. Some good, some bad. But I do recommend that you don't go along with this Wakarusa extension for one main reason, which isn't really emphasized as much, and that is it's not in the city. I mean, it's simply not in the city. It's in the county. So I think this would actually start a dangerous precedent if we start to use city money for stuff in the county. And I think it really is something you should really look at just from that perspective alone, and as well as all the other perspectives that were brought up before. But that's my main issue is, You know, it seems complicated when you look at everything all at once, but if you break it down, I mean, this is a simple issue of, is this city money being spent for the city or not, or outside the city? Is there some law or rule governing the spending of city money outside the city? I think this, if there isn't, there ought to be. I mean, some kind of adjustment for that. That's it. I mean.
Thank you, Hank. Other public comment on this item?
Aya Chekewea, Courtney King Wayne Swaone, Nila Pewalia Nehe Miamia. Hello everyone, my name is Courtney King. I'm Peoria in Miami, and I'm a senior at Haskell Indian Nations University. Since my time at Haskell, I have established a deep relationship with the Haskell wetlands. Like many students before me, I have learned the wetlands language through their plants, animals, soils, and waters. The wetlands have experienced great disturbance and have not had a chance to heal from the construction of the South Lawrence Trafficway. For thousands of years, indigenous people have lived in the Wakarusa Valley. The Shawnee, Kaw, and Osage people coexisted with flora and fauna. They hunted, fished, foraged, partook in ceremonies and prayer, and hosted intertribal councils with neighboring tribes. The Wakarusa Valley was once described as a beautiful mosaic of wetlands and tallgrass prairies. Bison and elk were plentiful, and the ecosystem existed in an intricate balance. The Haskell Institute's lands used to extend to the Wakarusa River. When still in operation, many indigenous children would run away to the wetlands and Wakarusa River to meet their families and partake in cultural practices in secret. It has been estimated that about 500 to 1,000 children never made it home, and many were laid to rest in the Wakarusa Valley. Children are waiting for us to bring them home to their families and tribes, which is why ground-penetrating radar must be utilized to find our lost brothers, sisters, and two-spirit relatives. Most of the wetlands and prairies of the Wakarusa Valley have been decimated by agriculture, urban sprawl, and industry. Only 1% of the original prairie and wetland ecosystems remain in a fragmented array across the Douglas County landscape. Many humans seem to forget that without our non-human relatives, we would cease to exist. I hear of safety being a primary driver in road construction and expansion when we have no regard for protecting our non-human relatives living with us in this beautiful valley. Ewe Milane, my relatives, understood the importance of stewarding Mother Earth and coexisting with her ecosystems. Today, we view the natural world as something that can be exploited and pillaged to benefit human progress without regard for non-human life. The construction of the South Wakarusa extension will significantly harm our non-human relatives and pollute downstream areas of the Wakarusa Valley, including the Haskell wetlands. Once again, constructing a road would affect indigenous people who live in the Wakarusa Valley, further perpetuating social and environmental injustices on our people. The wetlands have continued to welcome our people, provide refuge, and now breathe life into us as over 140 indigenous tribes have reclaimed Haskell. I want students who come after me to learn the language of the wetlands and establish a deep relationship with them as I have during my time at Haskell. We are responsible for stewarding Mother Earth as indigenous people have for thousands of years. Newe, thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. Other public comment on this item?
Thank you, Commissioners. Thad Holcomb, I'm moderator for Lettuce, Lawrence Ecology Teams, United for Sustainability, and I come again. And I'm coming out of a sense of speaking for 9 different faith communities, Muslim, Buddhist, Christian, Unitarian, Protestant, Catholic, and I've had questions asked of why do we even come forth in this sense. It's kind of like the aquifer. If you go down deep enough, you find the water that finally bubbles up, and it's the case in faith traditions. There is water that has bubbled up, and it's bubbled up and said we really need to consider the earth as one that deserves respect, even sacred. And so it's been a learning experience for us. And so the Wakarusa extension is an example. It's not like a road going over a bridge. It's a road going through a riparian area with the brutal kind of destruction that happens to the biodiversity that's there, that goes into the farmland, that crosses the paths of that wildlife that have traditionally used that on their way down. The roadkill increases. I think we've learned a lot in our faith communities about how we need to respect the earth. And I think this city is the same way. I think there are climate change, the open space plan, all these things are really endeavoring to do the same thing. And we want to support that. And so we support the opposition that you are witnessing to in terms of stopping this Wakarusa extension. Dollars and cents, how do you put that to the destruction and havoc that you're causing with water pollution and air pollution that's caused by this? It's enormous. There's another value that needs to be lifted up, and I know its intention, and you have to live with it, I have to live with it, I'm complicit in it in a lot of ways, and yet it seems to me it's time that we say no. And I ask you to seriously consider that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Thad.
Mr. Cadu.
Good evening.
Hi, Steve.
My name is Steve Cadu, member of the Kickapoo Nation Federal Reservation here in Kansas. It's very moving to hear this prior statement by a student from Haskell. USD 497, our school district, your school district, we have established a Indigenous Knowledge and Curriculum Committee. It's been in committee to develop a K through 12 what we call authentic Native American education in the school system. And I have a deed, of course it's a public record. The Billy Mills Middle School, that land was former South Middle School, and as many of you know, that we were successful in getting the name change. But the quit claim deed, and the real estate people, and I'm sure the lawyers will understand that term, quit claim deed. The Department of Interior gave that land where Billy Mills Middle School is, and it's so worded in the quit claim deed. It's on file at the Douglas County Registrar's office. That land was donated to the city of Lawrence for education. Well, that was primarily, of course, on behalf of the Native American population, but it included everyone. Now we're working with the school administrators, and of course the school children will be involved. Your children, our children, and we're saying that America is going to uphold its word in treaty language to the Native American people. And the greatest, I'm telling you, the greatest example of keeping the word in our Lawrence community is you, the City Commission. You're the ones that can make the greatest example of what we're trying to get accomplished in authentic Native Americans in your school district, our school district. You, the City Commission, can give the greatest example that you're going to keep the word to the Native American people of this community and of the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Other public comment on this item? If not, come on up. Yeah, we'll get them all.
Hi, I'm Asia McNulty. I'm Comanche. I am a freshman at Haskell Indian Nation University.
Is there any way we can lower that? Because I can't see your face.
Oh. I mean, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I just had a question for the people who are supporting expanding the highway, and then also the workers that are working on it, if they know the oppression that Native Americans have been through, and how we had all the wetlands that was connected to Haskell, and now we only have a little tiny bit. That was my question. Like, does everyone know the oppression that Native Americans have gone through to be able to at least have the school? And yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Thank you. Public comment? Additional public comment?
Good evening. My name is Dr. Stephen Baca. I'm an aquatic entomologist who's a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Kansas, and I'm also an instructor or a teacher at Haskell Indian Nations University. I don't want to, reemphasize the point of, the inequity that is suffered by the Haskell Indian Nations community. Instead, I kind of want to speak to the importance to all of us that these wetlands and these aquatic habitats are. Water is the most important resource in the earth, and you don't really have to look too far here, both in Kansas and around the United States, to see that we are heading towards a very dangerous time in which it is becoming very limited. This really stresses the point that we should be doing everything we can to protect this most precious resource. As an aquatic entomologist, I can tell you that the Haskell wetlands and these areas are all interconnected with some of these different waterways, and they are part of this precious resource. And so, if it's not enough to appeal to you to protect these wildlife, and to address this inequity, then maybe we should look to importance to all of us and think about why we should be protecting this precious resource. As an aquatic entomologist, I can tell you that I've seen the impacts that occur when this sort of construction occurs upstream of important places. It's happening all over the place, all over the United States. You see declining biodiversity. We depend strongly on this biodiversity for the health of these ecosystems, and the health of these ecosystems means healthy water for the rest of us. That is really all I have to say here, and I hope that you acknowledge and recognize this importance, as well as the need to remedy the inequity suffered by the Haskell Indian Nations University, of which I'm a proud guest. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Other public comment?
Sorry, I'm having a bit of a problem, a little physical difficulty. I'm Bridget Chapin, professor at Haskell for a number of years now, not as long as Dr. Wildcat. I'm an aquatic ecologist. Really proud of the students here today and other folks from Haskell talking about this road extension. I had a lot of ideas come up when that $9 million came up. We asked in the interdisciplinary team letter for including health disparities and disparity in access to important natural spaces for underserved communities. The well-documented historical and ongoing social and environmental injustice that this proposal and the associated road building and planning process, particularly by KDOT, as managed by KDOT, in the Wakarusa Valley, what it has perpetuated. It's one of the primary reasons not to build or fund this extension. Okay. The strong public interest in the part of Haskell and its allies in the form of 3 well-attended Haskell-hosted forums on roads in the Wakarusa since 2021, including the most recent one last week on this one, indicates grave concerns from a large portion of historically underrepresented community members, both about the nature of Wakarusa road construction in the valley and its impacts and the civic process. The process is deeply flawed, deeply, deeply flawed. I know I'm running out of time. Essentially, the process, very flawed. the community outreach that has been done historically and currently, especially by KDOT and the county, is deeply cynical and provides no true influence opportunities for underrepresented groups and community members that are not in positions of power. Again, and this is really important, it's unclear how the SLT connected interchange providing access to this extension road that is proposed will be constructed, and what portion of the basin will be additionally disturbed or put under concrete near the SLT if the road extension happens. This, of course, is very important, an very important piece of information that should have been presented as part of the SLT expansion during community meetings. This is part of the SLT expansion. It's rolled into it. It's not fair that it wasn't presented before this. And that $9 million can go to Haskell improvements.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lots more to say.
Additional public comment from the audience?
Well, I'm Tim Olson. I agree. I'm a Native American, and I really don't understand why America and the whole world doesn't understand. We're ruining this whole planet by just putting on pavement on everything. These people don't understand. You're taking out trees, you're taking out wetlands, you're ruining everything that we need to survive in this world. And it's not going to help anyone to put another road there. I mean, how is that ever going to actually improve our planet? It's not. It's going to make it maybe easier for a guy to get to work or somebody to go visit somebody else over across town, but it's not going to help us as humans. We need to plant trees. We need to be out there taking care of these wetlands. That's what's going to bring our planet back. Blame it on the cows. It's not the cows. The cars, it's the people. It's what we're doing to this planet. We can't do this no more. We got to stop it right here, because that's where it starts. It can't go on and on and on. It's just going to kill us all. We're going to burn ourselves out. We're not going to have a planet. I like it here. Kind of stuck here. I ain't going to be no astronaut. I'm a little too old for that. So I'm going to be stuck on this planet, and I hope it's here for my kids and all our kids. We got to think about all those things. It's very important. It's more important than our paycheck. It really is. We've got to think about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tim. Other public comment from the audience? If not, we'll move on to Zoom. Do we have public comment on Zoom?
Joshua Bell.
Hello? Anybody here? Hello?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah, I have a few concerns or just questions in particular. They might seem a little redundant at this point. I just wanted to ask, are there any funds being located towards the condition of the environment previously, considering like things not being previously addressed? Well, from my own account, I've seen tons of garbage on the southern border of the Haskell wetlands. Like if you've seen it with your own eyes, you would know. Particularly, I'm sure we're all aware of who's going to be affected. I'm just not sure if we have addressed that personally, or, do we know who's going to be affected, particularly Haskell or the Baker wetlands? Are there any projects or funds being located into like sustaining the environment that is going to be placed in? Are we going to build something that's, environmentally friendly, that supports the environment as well as the local community? Those are just some of the questions, my biggest concerns. Possibly barriers along the highways, along the most important parts of the environment that, stop trash from littering, the local water sources that a lot of the, species, depend on in that area. Other than that, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex, sorry, Mayor, just one moment. Alex Kimball Williams.
Yes, thank you. My name is Alex Kimball Williams. I'm a Haskell Environmental Science graduate and a KU Indigenous Studies graduate. I work in climate justice, including racial justice, and I'm a Aleut Alaska Native. I'm from Lawrence. My dad's from Lawrence and his dad. I came up in the Prairie Park neighborhood, or as we call it, High Chaparral. I was here before Walmart and before Wakarusa was very developed, as is quite a few other members of the Haskell community. But since I was a kid, Lawrence has been about Western expansion and endangering our treasures like the Prairie Park Nature Center and the Haskell wetlands, effectively divesting from the priorities of many longtime Lawrenceans. Building more roads and leaning into urban planning that isn't sustainable, or putting the environment and our natural relatives last in line, has been the direction that we're going. And it's kind of a surprising direction considering what Lawrence used to be like, especially when I was younger. I see Lawrence going in a very different direction that virtue signals about environmental preservation and racial equity, but in terms of action and impact, it's a different story. This road would be a continuation of Lawrence choosing the short-term economic choice rather than the people's choice or nature's welfare. The city and county must allocate funds, positions, spaces, initiatives towards positive environmental choices. And local leadership must look to Indigenous knowledge holders and experts in the Haskell community, because we stewarded this place successfully for thousands of years. But in 250 years, settlers have built so many roads focused on business and not people, and yet focus on people instead of nature. We will either be part of the climate solution or we'll be part of the problem. And roads are not victimless projects. It disrupts native plant and animal species, and it increases traffic and pollution. And these things are quantifiable. It's not a hypothetical. So I urge you to please consider and think creatively about alternative solutions, other than building more roads than we really need or that we can afford to maintain. And the costs are economic and ecological. Thank you.
Karen Miners.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. My name is Karen Pagel Miners. I've lived in Lawrence since 1992. The Wakarusa Drive extension is a proposal to build a road. It is also a proposal to destroy biodiversity, to compromise riparian and wetland areas, and to disrupt wildlife migration. It's a proposal that is not inclusive of Indigenous people and their cultural practices. In short, if approved, this road would cause irreparable ecological and cultural harm. So much harm and destruction has already been caused by the building of the South Lawrence Trafficway. Surely there cannot be any justifiable reason whatsoever to add more. If the impacted area has burial sites, this should immediately shut down this project proposal. It seems this road may well be built, whether the city signs onto it or not. Still, just because the money may be there to be used or to meet our, local contribution, doesn't mean we should spend it on a harmful project. And it seems we have options. In the words of Robin Wall Kimmerer, the wonderful distinguished teaching professor of environmental and forest biology, we do not need to be complicit in the destruction. We do not need to be complicit in the destruction. I urge the commission, no, I implore you not to be complicit in the destruction and vote no on this harmful and unnecessary project proposal. Thanks.
Alicia Swimmer.
Yes, I'm here. Han Matakiapi, Alicia Swimmer, Machiapi Show. That means hello relatives. My name is Alicia Swimmer. I am a Southern Lakota, and the city of Lawrence is located on a small portion of my people's ancestral hunting grounds. The buffalo are all gone now, yet I am still here. I graduated from Haskell Indian Nations University last May. I was also a 2022 summer intern in the Haskell Environmental Research Studies Institute, which is a partnership between Haskell and KU. I am currently a graduate student of Indigenous Studies at the University of Kansas. The wetlands have been my classroom for the past 4 years. Dave Cronin, using scare tactics such as making it a safety issue and that it will happen regardless of the City of Lawrence's decision. The nonchalance displayed over a serious issue is disrespectful to Unchi Maka, which means Grandmother Earth, and to our ancestors, which include the missing children from Haskell during the boarding school era. The current roadway should have lower speed limits and discontinue further disturbance of nations surviving today. In our Lakota way, animals, plants, rocks, etc. are respected as their own nations and are more than deserving of their own inherent rights to exist. It is time that people return to nature, even if that means spending a little time at the Clinton Dam area without the noise disturbances that we suffer through at Haskell's wetlands and campus from the South Lawrence Traffic Way. Thank you.
Nancy Muma.
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. I am in total agreement with everything that people have been saying. I want to emphasize the issues of biodiversity and the major loss of biodiversity that we're experiencing now, with many species crashing and being completely eliminated. The city's really done a great job of moving forward with environmental issues, and this is one of those that we really need to consider. The county had some open talking sessions with the public, but at those that I attended, they had already made up their minds of what they wanted to do. They didn't listen to what many people were telling them, that we didn't want this roadway extension. So I just don't want to take up more of your time and just emphasize that I also support you voting against the support of this traffic way. Thank you.
Maddie Bell.
Hi, I'm Maddie Bell. I am also in opposition to funding this roadway. I was pretty sure the city had already said no to funding it, so I'm kind of surprised to have it come up again. It's outside of Plan 2040. It's not an expansion area, and we know that roads mean development. As has been mentioned before, it's not even in the city, so I don't know why city funds should be used to build a road outside the city. You could use it for other transportation priorities in the strategic plan, including bike lanes. I bike around the city a lot. It would be great to have some paint designating that it's my zone so I don't get hit by cars, because there are definitely detours that have to be taken for bike safety, or you have to bike on sidewalks. And we know that roads have negative impacts that have already been listed, but I'm just going to say them again. They disrupt wildlife. It would be an increase in vehicle-animal collisions. It would increase traffic from the South Lawrence Traffic Way, and of course, pollution and destruction of the wetlands. And that's it. Thanks.
Sarah Anise.
You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Hi, I just wanted to say that I've been living in Lawrence for a while now. I came here as to be a student as an undergrad at the University of Kansas, and I remember when my professor had us, it was my professor of literature, and the Great American Landscape brought us to the wetlands to learn about the ecology and the biodiversity. And I sat at the medicine wheel and I learned about everything that had happened before that a lot of people don't know about and they need to know about. The fact that people are even considering putting a road through an area where an area of great religious significance and spiritual significance, but also a place where children ran away from the boarding schools where they were kept at in order to indoctrinate and forcibly assimilate these children. They ran away trying to get back to their families. The fact that someone would even think of putting a road through there without even restoring the area and giving that $9 million, however much it was said, to the people who ought to have it to reunite with their lost loved ones is unthinkable. It's heartless. And I cannot understand why anyone would sit here and say, well, if you don't, the city, if you don't do this, the county will. We don't need more cars. We don't need more roads. It's very obvious what's happening to our planet. Climate change is real. And I'm not going to talk about that because I'm not a scientist, but I'm going to say, just as a person, if you know that information, how would you feel if someone built a roadway through your graveyard where your grandparents are buried? How would that make you feel? Because that's what you're proposing to a bunch of people who have been historically and presently marginalized and subjugated in terms of policy, in terms of structural violence, and literally every possible way. You should be ashamed of yourself. And that's all I have to say.
Teresa Wilk.
Okay, thank you, commissioners, for letting me oppose the Wakarusa extension. The South Lawrence Trafficway was a fiasco. It was not built 4 lanes. It's a very dangerous road because it bottlenecks at Iowa and becomes 2 lanes to the turnpike. And I went to the Haskell event last week and asked the question, well, why did that happen? Because I was under the impression this was going to be 4 lanes from the turnpike. And I was told because the state ran out of money paying people who profited from the South Lawrence Trafficway for their land, for the easement on their land. And so now we're going to do it again and build another road, which is not necessary. 59 Highway is 4 lanes. It gives access to the southern part of the county. I honor everyone speaking about the environment, speaking about the cultural significance of this property. I agree with Hank 100%. This is not in the city limits. I found Cronin's report confusing, but I think he said the city does not have an obligation to pay for the Wakarusa extension, except for we would lose face. They would have a bad opinion of us, I think. So I encourage you to not spend the money on it. Thank you.
Taylor Scaife.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. I, with the rest of the people speaking tonight, are also in opposition to this expansion. With my tiny bit of knowledge in civil engineering when it comes to roadway design, the stormwater system that needs to go alongside of any roadway of this type, with this being southern and downward facing, will just move oil and trash directly into the Wakarusa River without either substantial pumping stations or other mitigation factors to keep stuff out of this environment. I don't believe this road is necessary. I've driven the paths that are currently accessible. They're very desperate. They don't have a lot of cars on them. And I feel that the issues of either fire safety or ambulance availability can easily be solved using other means. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Brenna Regan.
Hi, I'm Brenna Regan. I'd like to propose
Brenna, are you? I think we've lost her. Can we go on to somebody else?
Sure. Chris Flowers.
We'll come back to you, Brenna.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I'm against the city funding this because it's outside city limits. Also, I was at the meeting, I guess, back. I don't even remember when it was, but it was the meeting out in the county about about this project. And most of the people that want this built live out in the county, like out in the country. So, I mean, this doesn't seem like this is something that's for the interest of city citizens. This is for the interest of those living out in the county. And I mean, I'm against this, but I'm really against spending city money on something that's benefiting county residents living out in the country. Like, this should be something the county is spending a lot more on. I mean, 60-40, that's not a fair split in terms of who's benefiting from this. Because right now, the people that are benefiting is the county. And it's like, what I see happen is basically the city taxpayers are funding something like halfway that's mainly being used by the county people. So let them pay for it, since they're going to be the ones using it. Thank you.
Brenna Regan.
Hi, sorry, my connection was really bad. But anyway, I'm Brenna Regan. I'm a recent graduate of KU's Environmental Studies program. So I've been living in Northeast Kansas all my life, and I've been becoming increasingly anxious over the future of my generation. Not only hearing all over the news all the time that once in 100-year weather events are happening every year, and all kinds of creatures are going extinct every day, but I've also been seeing firsthand all the time since I lived in Olathe most of my life, and now I live on Wakarusa, so I get to see all this happen firsthand. Needless development happening all the time. If folks out in the country need like medical assistance, like emergency medical assistance, they don't need a road to get that. They need a service center right where they live. A road would be needless development. As people have said beforehand, this would be catastrophic to all the life in the wetlands. It would cause a lot more flooding, as wetlands are great at preventing that. It would just be for convenience's sake, just getting places faster when there were many other means of getting there. All in all, it's needless, and I support you guys. I support your guys' decision in steadfastly saying no on this. Thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much for everybody's comment. We'll bring it back up to the commission for discussion. I'll go ahead and start. I think I made comments about this project in the past, and we need to the county. I don't know, it was several months ago about the Wakarusa extension, and it was largely attended by those in the rural part of the county, and you know, one thing I heard numerous things from them, but they were very passionate about their need. That they believe that they need this road, and their concerns for safety, just being able to get in and out of town. So, and I really took that to heart, and I understand these are their needs, and I respect that very much. And I also respect our county commissioners in having to make this decision for the entire county. But as I have said before, this is not in the city limits, and so I struggle, and I just can't agree to fund something that is not within the city limits. And we also need to remember, I think, is that if the county goes forward with this, that the majority of the county revenue comes from Lawrence taxpayers, from our property taxes. I think it's about 70% or so. And so if the county does go forward with it, there would be some Lawrence tax dollars that would be used to fund it. And then the last thing I just want to point out is that, you know, as far as not funding something that's outside our city limits, it wasn't probably more than a month ago that a project came to us, affordable housing project, that was a great project. They would ask for some money from our AHAB to fund some of the affordable housing, but it was on the outskirts of the city limits. It wasn't within the city limits. And from what I recall, the only reason that was stated from this commission or from some of the commissioners was that it's not appropriate for us to spend money on projects that are outside the city limits. And it was a good project, affordable housing. And so, I follow through with that, and I agreed with that we should not be funding items or projects that are outside the city limits. And if that project couldn't get the funding because it's outside of the city limits, why should we be given this money for a project that's outside the city limits?
I have a couple of questions. One is, Dave, if you're still on, the SLT project and the combination of the Wakarusa extension, is this considered one of the KDOT's IKE projects, part of that 10-year plan of leveraging local dollars to do kind of low-level, easy to grab transportation projects?
Yeah, the South Lawrence Traffic Way project is part of the IKE program. If that was your question, Commissioner.
Yes. Is it part of the IKE program?
It is, yes.
Okay. In one of the comments, it came up in regards to the shared use path. Is the intent of the path to be recreational, competitive? I'm just curious, since there was discussion, there was a comment made about the viability or the use of the path. Is this something that it's not just restricted to competitive use, but it's just recreational use for anyone in the community?
Yeah, I think the intent would be that it would be a path for anyone. So recreational cyclists, transportation cyclists. That's usually the intent of shared use paths are there for any users. So it wouldn't strictly be one or the other.
Okay. And then we've had comments we've heard several public comment about public health and safety and response. I know in the CIP, we didn't entertain the expansion of additional fire stations. And I know, I thought I saw that the chief was on, and I don't know if either staff or Chief Luella wants to speak to the dynamics of adding one or two new stations and what that would do with response times.
Good evening, Fire Chief Rich Llewellyn. I can answer that. And it is important for us to have stations that are strategically located throughout our community, and particularly because our staff also serve the county by providing emergency medical response. We do keep that in mind when we're locating stations, and in looking at this question that's before you, I'm new here, but was looking at the map and reviewing our response down to the area that's under consideration. And I think currently we would run down Iowa and then across the 1200 road from Station 5 into that area, or Station 4 may go down the dam road. So we would be able to potentially look at the impact to response times down there, but I think currently we are adequately meeting response times with our current stations.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think in initially looking at this, I am leaning towards, I do believe it's option 2 with the 1 million support for the shared use path. I'm a little bit familiar with the plan around IKE and what the purpose of IKE was to do. At one point, we know that KDOT was used, funds for KDOT was used to supplement our state budget at one point, and that now that we're trying to get KDOT back to a point where it's more than solvent, the idea was to create a program where there was a cost share to some of these, I think, easy, quick projects. I don't want to say easy, quick, that was it, but it's the idea of projects that were in need of update support. And this was a way to create some sense of financial collaboration between cities and counties. So I recognize that. And I think where I stand now, I feel more comfortable since a lot of this predates me, yet as a current commissioner, I sit and make those decisions based on the research and as well as those of my constituency. So I wouldn't be opposed of providing $1 million towards the cost of this, and not using funds to go towards the building of the extension. And I want to phrase it, I want to put it in context to something similar that happened in Tulsa. And just to give a little, since we're in Black History Month, I take this point to educate everyone on a little bit of Black history. With what happened in Tulsa and with originally Greenwood and that community, not only was a Black community displaced, but as it tried to grow and find resiliency through its trauma, a community, the community came behind and put a highway through it. And we know that this is part of the history of redlining, white flight, things of that nature. But that highway has created environmental injustice for the very community that now lives there, which is a predominantly Black community. And it still continues to strive. And interesting enough, a piece of that interstate has been deemed unnecessary and useful. Actually, it's a freeway without features. So it really has no purpose to the community. And so what has happened is that something was done to create a benefit for a greater group at the detriment of one. And it was double trauma. So the trauma of knowing that those who died there over 100 years ago were buried in mass graves, you know, they're not scattered. I mean, these were individuals that were in mass graves, intentionally put in places, and a freeway was built over it. So while it's not an apples to apples comparison, it's an apples to apples comparison as it relates to trauma and how, not growth, but how kind of the majority of how we see things in a greater scheme and a more macro piece, and we don't look at it from the micro piece and the impact of what that could do if we impart on that. So that's where having time to kind of learn and take a step back and review this project, you know, we've heard a lot. We've heard about response time. We've heard about environmental impact, the thought of the potential to create growth and housing growth and urban growth into areas. And I think for me, I have to look at it from a place where we're contributing something. It may not be contributing to the extension piece. And I get what one of our conferees said about what the Ike project is about and what it hopes to accomplish. And I think this is one way of us as a city being a good steward and being part of it, but being part of it in a way that doesn't necessarily puts a lot of the onus on us as far as the environmental detriments to it. Because I do want to see some opportunity for recreation in that area while also not doing damage to that. So, I mean, I know that's a long ramble in regards to saying that I believe in too, but I think what this has opened my eyes to, and what hopefully has opened a lot of individuals' eyes to, is this is what I say about how generations' decisions come back to create resolution and reconciliation for the future. And this is one of those. We saw it in Tulsa. You're seeing it in communities everywhere, in Pittsburgh with U.S. Steel, and now you're seeing it here in Lawrence. And so it may not feel great, you know, for some who are more business-minded, economic-driven. They may see this decision as foolish, but I think it's a little bit bigger than that. And, you know, I'm glad the mayor brought up the project that Ms. Frankie Foster Davis discussed with Homeworks USA. that was something that I truly advocated for. And it's not necessarily because it's another county's responsibility. It's because and it's not just a great affordable housing project. It's a project that serves a need. And it serves a need for a particular population that is often ignored, divested in, and is not looked upon. And so I think it's great that, I think it's good to say that, but I think we also have to understand that we don't give ourselves a pat on the back for saying something nice about a project and then saying, well, we didn't fund it based on these principles. That's a traditionalist mindset. And on projects like this, whether it's the extension, whether it's how do we fund projects where individuals can be impacted in our very community, and the project that may be doing it may not be from our backyard, we have to think about it differently. It's no different than the myth that people have about if we build permanent supportive housing, that people from outside of our community are going to come and utilize it, and that's not right. That's a very traditionalist mindset to have, and I think that's what keeps us from being able to be innovative and creative and taking that perspective from self to others and how we look at different projects. So, didn't mean to get preachy, but it's Black History Month, so I figured you guys would give me this little bit of grace.
I appreciate you knowing more about the cultural background and historical background and the trauma that the SLT has brought to this community more than the last time we had that conversation, this conversation. Craig, I want to ask a little bit about this fine detail that someone brought up of KDOT requesting, not requiring. And this match or how we can have better conversations with KDOT about other projects that serve this community, not just the county.
Maybe you could refine that question a little bit for me. Sorry.
It was, I guess my understanding was, and even in some way, Dave has sort of shown us here with one of our options of rejecting funding this, that it's not required, but it is a three-way agreement that does appear to primarily benefit the county on all of these, actually, as we look at them. And while I would be happy to share $9 million with other projects, that has just not been an option, and I can't understand why, with all the projects that we have on our CIP, nothing fits the bill. I've been very uncomfortable with that.
Well, I think you're looking at, so what are the qualifying projects, and largely that has been up to KDOT. That's my understanding, is they have said that is a related project or that's not a related project, versus us saying these are transportation amenities that we have planned that we'd like to, that connect to a system. One of the other things we were doing is seeing if there was an offset with the county. If there's any county projects that they have on that we could offset with that, and we really haven't been successful in identifying those either. Again, these are in the eyes of another agency to say it qualifies or it doesn't qualify. So yes, we have a lot of capital investments that are going in to improve and upgrade our systems, and to improve different kinds of transportation systems. But, Dave is right in saying KDOT's generally been judging those proposed projects and has not necessarily given us a qualification.
Well, I guess on that topic, Mayor, do you mind if I ask Alex Kimball-Williams, if she's still on, about the history of KDOT and how they have or have not adhered to environmental impact studies in the past?
Alex, are you still on? Is she on? Can you tell, Sherry?
I am not seeing her.
I don't see him.
Yeah. It doesn't look like she's on.
Doesn't look like she's on.
That's fine. Then Mayor, if you don't mind me to ask Dr. Chapin if she has some historical information about what KDOT has, how has KDOT comported itself with its environmental impact studies in Haskell's experience?
In terms of kind of the environmental impact follow-up in terms of the impacts that actually happened for the South Lawrence Traffic Way, their response has not been sufficient. And in fact, in that letter that was interdisciplinary team letter, we do talk about the mitigation that is still needed in that area. Sound, particulates, water quality, hydrology issues, all of those pieces, including taking land, literally taking a dump truck full of Haskell land for another project. I was the witness. I was right there. They picked it up the next morning. I came in and there was a huge gully in some of the land that they said, oh, now Haskell has part of the roadbed of old 31st Street. And then they dug it out. And I said, where did this go? It's now they had a rainstorm right after. It's a little bitty pond now, a long square pond, and it's hard to get into that side of the wetlands for the students. I said, where'd that land go? They said, oh, the subcontractor needed it for another project. Sorry. I said, well, can you fill that back in? Crickets. So that's just a tiny little example. We had 2 weeks after they took the road to grade Old 31st Street. If you don't know the history, Old 31st Street was moved to where I used to take my students for our labs and plunked right on there. So the new 31st Street is on top of where I used to take my students. Anyway, Old 31st Street is what we're trying to make lemonade out of, and they gave us 2 weeks to give them an idea of how they could mitigate that road for us to use. 2 weeks, and we were starting to teach classes. And we had that burden on us. So environmental impact and follow-up, F. And the process, by the way, here, we haven't had the environmental impact, and we're making a decision. This does not make sense. We have to understand the environmental impact before we make the road. We have to understand that piece, and before we fund the road. That doesn't make sense. So the process here is deeply flawed. We have to understand the environmental impacts. We have to talk about that. We can't say we anticipate that and wave our hands around and not actually know. That's truly flawed, and that's a whole other piece, but how can you make a decision on money when you've got that issue? Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know what else you would like me to say, but I wish Alex was here because she's part of the lawsuit.
Okay.
I guess that's, kind of following up on that in the question, the decision of if this road is going to be built and how it's going to be built, one, ultimately it's going to be up to the county, but it's also going to be up to this entire process that we've yet to go through, right? Now, we often, I hear what you're saying, that it's the cart before the horse. You don't agree to pay for the road before you know it's going to be built, but we often have to set money aside to do something so we can then start the process to look to see if it's going to happen. I don't know if this road is eventually going to be built. I don't know if the environmental impact statements that come back will show that it's a viable road to be built. If those environmental impact statements will change the mind of the county commissioners. There's a lot left to be decided, whether or not this road is going to be built. But I know one thing, it won't be us that decides if that road gets built or not. It's going to be the county commission who's going to decide if that road is going to be built. So the question for me tonight is not if or should that road be built. The question is that, you know, we as part of our agreement with KDOT and the county, we made a $13.9 million commitment. Interestingly, KDOT has now said, well, if you spend, you originally committed $13.9 million as a community, but if you, now they're saying, well, if you spend, what's the number I'm looking at? You can spend as little as 11, option number 3, as, you know, $12.6 million as a community, down from 13.9, and that'll still satisfy your commitment. We've asked them, you know, can we spend the money elsewhere to satisfy our commitment? I mean, you remember the original ask was write us a check. And we could still write them a check. I'm not sure how excited, you know, again, talking about how good KDOT is. I mean, writing them a $4 million check and getting nothing out of it also is not particularly satisfying. Now, if the county spends the money and we are going to fulfill our agreement, then we write the county a check. Well, maybe we say, we're going to give you the money, but you can't spend it on that. But it's, you know, half a dozen the other. So to me, I think you would say, the question before us tonight is, you know, what are we going to respond to the county for? I mean, I think we don't necessarily have to change the position which we've had before, which is, you know, we don't necessarily support the building of this road. Right. But if you build the road, or you don't build the road, we're going to stand by our commitment to KDOT and the county and pay our share. And then we'll see what, you know, at some point we'll have to decide where or how we write that check. But to me, you know, we're not, again, as people said, we're not deciding whether or not to fund the road, not fund the road. You know, we're not going to decide if it gets built or not. The county commission is going to decide if it's going to get built, and only after they do their studies and weigh their considerations and listen to the crowd like we've listened to the crowd, they have a long way to go before they build that road. So, you know, anyway, that's what I say. I mean, I think we stick with our position, which is we continue to uphold our commitment to funding our share, and, you know, let us, you know, we'll reevaluate as the process goes on if you decide to build a road. I mean, I think that's one possibility. You know, because, anyway, I've said too much, but that's why.
Join the club.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I would echo what Commissioner Finkeldijk said on that, holding our commitment on that, and as well.
We're in the beginning of this process, to what he said as well, and there's still more to go in terms of environmental impacts and studies of that and whatnot. And one of the things I'm looking at is the shared use pathway, as Commissioner Sellers said, and you know, the benefit of that, and like the recreational possibilities of allowing differently abled people to go ahead and see the wetlands, because I'm not sure if they really have access to it right now as it is. So I think that would be, you know, a great benefit. You know, it's something that could help everyone in the community. And as well, to what the mayor said regarding the meeting that she was at in the county, and of the importance and the passion that the folks in the county have for this road. I know that earlier the road or the access was at Castle, but it was deemed too dangerous, so that's why that was discontinued. But
over the decades and in planning, they were always told that there would be some sort of southern access down in that part of the county, and something that they've been looking forward to. So I think this project, doesn't necessarily have to be mutually exclusive. It can be something that we can use as a way to work with the county and kind of bridge that city-rural divide, which I think we need to at every opportunity that we can, because as it's shown, I think we can find ways to work together and bring projects on, and because we're going to need to, especially with things like Panasonic on the horizon and just really complicated and intricate projects and issues and challenges such as housing that we both have to collaborate on in terms, what we were just talking about today. So, and even expanded on the, interpersonal relationships between the city of Lawrence and other cities within the county like Eudora, Baldwin City, or Lecompton, finding ways in those spaces where we can kind of work together. So I think this goes a long way towards that. So I didn't mean to be as long-winded as well, but that's where I stand on this.
Maybe I would try to be clearer or more understandable. I guess, to me, the question before us is not whether or not the road will be built. That'll be a county decision.
Right.
I think as a partnership with the county and a partnership with KDOT in this three-party agreement, we partner with KDOT a lot on all sorts of projects around town. We partner with the county all around town. I think we're obligated to uphold our end of that three-party agreement. To your point earlier, if one option is to write a check to KDOT versus that, that's taking taxpayer money and sending it to the state, local taxpayer money and sending it to the state. If the county builds this, they're building it, on 80% of the residents of Lawrence are paying for that share of it. And then, so they build it with residents of the city of Lawrence's money, and then we send city of Lawrence's money to KDOT. That's a double loss for the citizens of Lawrence. And so, I think we need to uphold our agreement with our partners. And then but we say it's up to the county. And if this commission wants to say they don't support the building of the road, and tell that in the county to the letter, put that in the letter to the county, you can say that. But I think you say, but I'm certainly of the position that we uphold that partnership in the end, and fulfill our obligation in the best way we can. But leaving that option to build the road up to them, which should be their option.
So it's interesting you brought up that it would be a double whammy if taxpayer dollars are being used to fund part of it based on the share of the county. And then if we were to write a check, that would be the double whammy going to KDOT. If we went the option of the $1 million for the shared use path, which satisfies KDOT's request for local participation, we're not sending any money to KDOT.
Yeah, but now we've broken our agreement with the county to fund our share of the original 13.9 million, because they're spending 8.5 million and we're spending 3.8 million. So we've broken our promise to them. And so then if you want to equal that out, you write a check to the county to equal it out.
You're saying that the check writing would be the olive branch for not breaking the agreement, before breaking the agreement.
If you agree to build the shared use path, you're agreeing to the building of the road. And I can't object to that in any other more strenuous ways than I have.
But if we do the $1 million and say we're doing this to ensure that we
meet the KDOT, the local participation, and still say, we don't agree with the road being built. But we do think it's good to have the shared use path investment. How's that any different?
Well, I wasn't going for that.
No, I didn't say you were.
Okay.
Apparently, long-winded means not to the point. Asking questions mean something else. I'm just asking in general, how are those two?
Anything that we do that causes this road to get built, I have a problem with.
Okay.
And there's lots of reasons why. I appreciate that Commissioner Finkeldye is trying to find a way to satisfy this agreement. And it seems like there could be, if the county would like to talk about different projects that don't violate so much of the work we've done in our strategic plan.
But to be fair, that's not the county, it's KDOT. It's KDOT, not the county. If we could, we've asked, could we use our money to expand 15th Street? They said, no, that's not a contributory plan because that's not part of this project, even though it touches that. Can we use it to expand 6th Street? No, that doesn't count as your contribution. So it's not the county who's saying there's not another way for us to spend the money, that's KDOT. And we've made that request. We've also said to the county earlier, we withdrew our support for this, and we sent it back to them and said, we withdraw our support for this. Now what are you going to do? And their response was, we're going to build the road anyway. And they sent us a letter back saying, we plan to build the road, and will you uphold your commitment? So again, I think we, in theory, could say, we still don't support the road. We've already done that once, and they're still moving ahead with the process. So I guess that's where I guess I want to be fair to the county. It's not the county who is saying we can't use the money on other projects. It's KDOT that's saying that.
Yep. So we have right now what I understand is Commissioner Finkeldye and Commissioner Littlejohn are for fully funding the project. That would be scenario number 1. Is that right? Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah,
it's a hybrid.
With the caveat, if and only if they build the if they they build the road.
Obviously, yeah.
Okay. Which is different than saying we support the building of the road.
Mm-hmm. But you're looking at scenario 1.
Correct.
Is that correct, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'm wavering between scenario 1 and scenario 3. I mean, I'm in with collaborating with the county regardless. So it's just yeah, that's where I am. So.
Okay. So you're either 1 or 3. Is that right?
Yeah.
And Commissioner Sellers, you are looking at scenario, was it 2?
3, I think.
3. I'm sorry.
Can I speak for myself? Jeez.
Was it scenario 3?
No, it wasn't scenario 3. Yes, it was scenario 3, but thank you for letting me speak for me.
Okay.
I said 2, but I meant 3 with the $1 million.
I thought that was the case. And so
I do have a quick refresher. Seeing that I can't say I'm a new commissioner, I've been on the job for almost 14 months now. The K-10, the interchange project pieces, why wouldn't those projects be utilized again? I know we talked about this. I just can't remember.
And do we have it in writing?
Is that staff?
So Dave and company, I'm curious, the K-10 interchange, the one at 6th Street, and then the one further down with 70. Why were those not considered considered part of the match?
The K-10 interchange at 6th Street?
Yes, sir.
That's a separate project. the interchange there, and that we in a kind of similar situation, we're contributing $1.5 million towards that project. That's about, I think, a $13 million project. That's a project that should be let here this summer, and it will begin before the South Lawrence Trafficway Expansion Project. So we're talking about the interchange improvements at K10 and 6th Street. That's a separate project.
Is it an Ike project?
It is.
So
it
again,
was in the first, one of the first projects they announced under that program. But it has, we have local participation in that as well.
Yeah, I have some policy concerns. I mean, I'm not the legislator. I didn't vote on it in 2020, but I do have some concerns with its implementation and the fact that this is a project that it may have been bid at 2 different times, but there are 2 projects that blend together.
So where we're
That's
at,
a disappointment. It's just a disappointment for me.
so where we're at is we've got 2 commissioners that are interested in 1, item number 1, which would be the full $6.4 million. And then we have 2 commissioners that are no, and then Commissioner Sellers she's looking at number 3. And the vice mayor also said he would be entertaining 3, but he's also interested in 1. So
let me ask you, Mayor, or Commissioner Shipley, if the question was, I hear you don't want to spend the money on the Wakarusa extension. What is your, if KDOT was asking the question, are you committed to upholding your commitment to KDOT for our portion that back in June, we said we would pay with the county $13.9 million. Would you tell KDOT we're not willing to uphold the commitment we made? Or is the answer to them is we'll uphold the commitment to you, just not if it funds the Wakarusa extension? So you'd rather write a check to KDOT?
I would.
I know, that's what I'm asking. Or would you?
I personally suspect that once someone notices we're having this conversation, that perhaps some other things there might be other compromises that were not previously considered that I think might ultimately end up being appropriate if someone took a look at it. And not having anything on paper from KDOT saying they officially reject all of these projects, I don't know. But if you wanted me to write them a check, I'd do it, just so I could stop this road.
If you'd stop the road, if the county could still build it though.
County can do whatever it wants. I'm not responsible for them.
That's right.
I am responsible for my commitment to environmental sustainability. Let me read it for you. A deep respect for our place and relationship in the planet and environment. We consider the environmental consequences of every decision, big and small, knowing that our actions have impacts beyond our boundaries. We protect and restore our ecosystem and make it healthier and balanced for future generations. Nobody sent me here to build that road. It's not even in city limits. I'm not responsible for it. If the county would like to partner with us on a completely different project, I would love to have that conversation. But this is not the appropriate project for us.
Again, I just say I don't put that on the county at all. I put it on KDOT.
Well, I presume they requested this as one of the things on their list that's existed, quote unquote, for decades. It was on a county list.
It was on our list, and I think it was offered up because it was on our list and the county's list. It has been it's been on our CIP, and this has been on the city CIP and the county CIP.
Mm-hmm.
It's been on that, and so, when they originally asked for 10% of $250 million, they asked for a $25 million commitment, and then the answer was, well, we are not going to write a $12 million check. And so then they came back and they said, well, will you write a $12 million check? And we're like, and they said, well, maybe will this qualify? And they said, yes, this will qualify because of the Castle Cove closing. It's not because we're spending money on roads. It's because it's a complementary project.
Well, unfortunately, that excuse of closing Castle is a problem of KDOT's own making. They built a at-grade exit on a highway, and that is not, I've never seen anything like that anywhere else. That's clearly not recommended. And it really doesn't matter that it was castled or not. Any at-grade, just like 27th Street, is going to be dangerous. That was KDOT's decision. That was KDOT's design.
Yeah.
But now I get to build a road that's completely unrelated, that doesn't actually affect necessarily people within the city limits. We've gotten ourselves in a convoluted place.
That's a fair statement.
So is there any thoughts, Commissioner Sellers, of you're interested in item 3 right now? Are there any thoughts for you to consider item 1, considering we've got two commissioners that are wanting to go that?
Well, where are the votes at?
We've got 2 commissioners that are for item 1, 2 commissioners that are no, and then we also got 2 commissioners that are willing to go with item 3 or scenario 3.
We got how many commissioners?
Well, Vice Mayor Littlejohn, he has opted to either he could go with 1 or 3.
I'm not making. Well, Commissioner Littlejohn, which option are you going with, sir?
I would go with 3.
So we have 1 for 1, 2 for 2, and 2 for 3.
Yeah. So we do not have.
Could we convince you, Commissioner Finkeldye, to come over to 3?
I mean, I'm going to say, I get what Commissioner Finkeldye is saying, because it is a bit of a double dip. Unfortunately, we're in the middle of, my policy assessment of a project that means well, and we're now seeing some of the fallacies that didn't rise to changing votes and wanting to create such a project. I think it was a little difficult for me to hear that while we do have 2 projects that are connected to the SLT, that we have a cost share to. And I don't know, I don't have the bill that passed in 2020, so I don't know the mechanism for the cost share. And Dave, maybe you could answer this if you do know. If the idea that Ike was created because at some point KDOT was almost broke, things need to be done. Cities and counties can't fully take on the bill, but there's enough money in KDOT to help create a financial collaboration. Is there something in the language that says that the local cost share has to be at minimum this percentage?
Yeah, there's not anything. Generally they were kind of asking for like 10%, but yeah, there's no prescribed language, and every other communities have contributed more percentage wise, and so they're just trying to get some local participation. And just the way the numbers worked out to the original 13.9, that was just based off of what we estimated Wakarusa Extension South was going to cost, and now we think it's going to be a little less, so that got revised a little. So now it's overall 12.6. So it's not meeting a certain dollar amount as far as KDOT's concerned. It's just showing the local participation.
Just a good faith, goodwill effort. So I mean, if we were to take this project, add it to the interchange and whatnot, we're looking at almost $30 million in project. A 10% would be $3 million, and then you're looking at something from a totally different perspective. Yeah.
Yes. Can I?
Go ahead,
Mayor, and Commissioner Shipley, do you are you in favor of like looking at the Wakarusa reconstruction from 27th to Clinton Parkway, that 2.476 million, and the 384,000 on East 900 Road, curb and storm sewer? You're not saying you're pulling that
No,
support?
No.
Okay,
we understood that.
okay.
I
Just want to be sure.
Yeah, I
just want to be
yeah,
sure.
I understood that, yes.
Didn't state which.
That's inside the
Yeah.
city.
Yeah, okay.
And was
So,
well reviewed and discussed with that neighborhood, and KDOT was very generous in changing their design.
so, okay. So then the question becomes, I mean, I think there's then three options. Options in putting aside the 1 million, the three options with the 3.6 million. I mean, there's an option to say county and KDOT, we're not going to fund our share of the agreement. Option two is to say, we're going to fund our share of the agreement with the stipulation none of it is spent on the Wakarusa Extension South. And that's the second option. Or a third option is to say, we're going to partially fund our agreement. Right? I mean, this letter is going back. So I guess that's the question. Are you, as though 3 votes to say we're going to uphold our commitment to KDOT in the county as long as it's not spent on the Wakarusa Extension South? And then
I'd want to know what's going to be spent on.
And you can put that in the letter. You can put that in the letter too. We'd like, I mean, one option though is to write, I mean, they could say to us, just write us a check for $3.6 million. I mean, that could be the option.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the option. They could say, well, you can use the $3.6 million to do something different to build a bike path in the city limits. They could, but they might not. I guess what I'm asking is, what's the message we're trying to send at the moment? The message I think we're trying to send at the moment, or at least a couple votes is that we don't want our money spent on the Wakarusa Extension South. I guess what I'm most concerned about is sending the message to KDOT and the county that we don't uphold our agreements. You know, when KDOT comes to us and says, hey, you put in $1 million and we'll give you 13 million to expand the 6th Street Bridge, it was a letter. We sent them a letter, said we'd give you $1.6 million. A year and a half later, they come forward and say, now it's time to put the 1.6 million in. And they counted on our letter agreement to that. And when they expand 23rd Street, they say, hey, will you kick in 600,000? We say, sure. I mean, so I think it's important for us to uphold our word. That's what I don't want to send a message to either KDOT or the county, that we don't uphold our bargains. Right. That's the question I'm asking you.
Can I? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. As far as upholding what we have agreed to put into the project, I'm fine with that. It's just that it needs to be spent on projects and within the city limits. And I just can't fathom why we're not finding something to spend that on.
But if they were to look at,
I struggle with that. Go ahead.
But if it was to hypothetically be for bike paths to connect county access to a city, to the Lawrence Loop, would you support that?
As long as it's in the city limits. Fine with that.
Is the Lawrence Loop not in the... Okay.
Yeah, I'm not saying that my no vote is not wanting to participate to what we've talked about and we've sent, written a letter about. Mine is that I don't want to spend the money on something that's outside the city limits, and find something inside the city limits, and that's fine with me.
So sorry. Go ahead.
Go
ahead, Commissioner Littlejohn.
Thank you, Commissioner Sellers. But I would slightly push back on that, Mayor Larson, because we collaborate with the county all the time on projects. And to a little bit of Commissioner Finkeldye's point, granted, it might not be the full amount, but that $1 million does send a message that we're willing to partner with them on this project at some amount. And, for any an amenity that might be associated with it. So,
Well, then I guess I'd rather give them the full amount on some other project and some other partnership. That's a better deal than $1 million.
True.
That's a better deal than $1 million.
You beat me to the punch.
So if the county said to us, fine, we'll take the $3.6 million and we will, I don't know, I'm just making it up, fund Bert Nash.
Fund Queens Road.
Huh?
You okay? I mean, if we give them the $3.6 million and they use it to fund something else, you okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of looking at infrastructure.
And we want to get back to one of the main problems with this, which was also that this defies Plan 2040. We have committed significant resources into expanding west. We should keep focused. The whole point of Plan 2040 was to stay focused and prioritize. That's what we were asked to do. And having that road right now, maybe in 10 years it's appropriate, but it's not now in my view, is not staying focused.
So again, trying to find the common ground.
Yeah.
Would you support a letter that says we will uphold our commitment, we will fund, those two smaller things, and we will work with you, the county, and KDOT to find an appropriate use for the $3.6 million that is not the Wakarusa extension?
That is within the city limits of Lawrence.
Because you don't. So are you two against having the shared use path on the area?
If you build that shared use path,
I'm just asking a yes or no question.
Sorry.
Yes or no question.
And I also,
yes or no question.
then since you brought it up, I have a hard time calling that a complete streets project.
Okay, I just want to know yes. I just want to know yes or no.
I'm all for a shared use path.
Yeah. Well, not that shared use path, but
you would not be supportive of the shared use path on that area.
No.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
So yeah, I'm fine with that potential scenario, is if we can find a project that would, utilize that money, at 3.6 or whatever it is.
I'm making stuff up on the fly, correct?
No, but I'm catching. But Commissioner Finkeldye, I'm catching what you're throwing here. So, I think we have something here. For me, it's not whether or not it's about being the commitment. I think we're basing this on we've found a loophole and a flaw in a policy, which happens. And I don't think either way it's about reneging on a commitment. We've found a loophole here that we could exploit, or at least bring to KDOT's attention that says, yes, Ike on a grand level is a great program. It helped to supplement a need when KDOT was broke, and it gave some of that financial responsibility back to cities and counties in a way that they can manage it without having the law in front of me, statute in front of me to see what it says about in regards to commitment, whether it's 10%, 5%, good faith, $2, who knows, whatever. Where I see where you're coming from. So I would be willing to move my vote to say we give the county the 3.6, letting them know that we don't want it to go towards building the extension, and that we would discuss projects for them to implement. Because I mean, they've approved a CIP, so maybe they can they're moving funding within their CIP to supplement. That could be it. We have discussion. I don't want to have a discussion night about whether or not it's a city project, collaboration project, so on and so forth. We can have a joint county meeting about that and discuss that at a later time. So to stick to what you're saying and how do we stay on point with what we're looking at here, I would be willing to move my vote from 3 to 1, knowing that in the letter we would state that the money shall not go towards the Wakarusa extension, for the fact that whether you can say it upholds, it allows the county to still have to speak to that local participation being met, whether it's a commitment saying of being good faith to KDOT, that's neither here nor there for me, because I just exposed a policy flaw, and I feel like there's some opportunity here to do some further examination of how to utilize Ike in a better way as it relates to that. But to keep it short and sweet, I'm willing to move my vote for 3 to 1 as long as we put that information explicitly in the letter.
And now I want to ask Craig or Dave. I'm making this up. Does that?
Whatever as long as it doesn't impact my vote.
Commissioner, I'd like to see you draft a potential motion. I mean, I really think you have it outlined pretty well. I think the meaning has been in the conversation. And I think if you can slowly state your motion so that clerk can pick it up, it can be useful for the consideration.
Well, so the question before us is how do we respond to the county's letter?
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'll see if I can do this. Make a motion that we draft a response letter to the county. And I would say KDOT, but that states we will fund the Wakarusa reconstruction from 27th to Clinton Parkway. We'll fund our share of the East 900 Road, curb, and storm sewer. And we will fund to the county $3.6 million with the stipulation that that it not be used on the Wakarusa extension south.
And that I would prefer it be used for an infrastructure project within the city limits.
We can do that.
We can, yeah. We start to muddy it when we do that. If we want to have a discussion about that at a later time, I think we can. But I think by adding that now, it muddies it. But that's just me.
Yeah, I do think it needs to at least have in there that it needs to be a project that's within the city limits of Lawrence.
But you could lose votes because of that. But I'm done talking.
Mayor. Oh, sorry.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Oh, no, I was just pointing
I'm sorry.
out. I was just pointing out Jeremy.
Okay, Jeremy.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't want to step out of bounds here, but I've got a little bit of a concern that this original plan in the 2023 CIP called for us to borrow funds of $7 million. And we were allowed to do that because it was going to a specific road project. And I'm concerned with the wording that you currently have. I apologize. I wasn't prepared for this. I didn't think this was coming up in this manner tonight, so I apologize. But I would really like to speak with our bond counsel and see what we need to make sure we cover in the event that you would choose to go down a path where we're giving money to the county. We're going to need to know very precisely what they're using that money for to keep it within the confines of the IRS's tax exempt, or the IRC, excuse me, the International Revenue Code tax exempt status for municipal obligation bonds.
So I think, so then we could say we would use the $3.6 million on a specific project agreed upon with KDOT and the county. Because that would leave the door open that it is a bike path or it's something else. Or it could be something that, also something that the county can use it on.
So KDOT would have to be in that conversation?
I said and or.
Oh, and or.
Because there might be something we could, we could find a way to work with KDOT on it. That leaves the door open, but it also upholds at the minimum that we find something with the county.
Something that fits the requirements of the bond.
Craig's giving me a look like that motion will. No, Craig's staying out of it.
Jeremy, would that satisfy it for now with the bond, since you have to talk to the bond? Or not?
Dave, how far are we away from bonding this project anyway? Even if we're going to use it, well, it's not in this year's CIP. It's 2024 CIP, isn't it?
Yeah, 24. Yeah.
Oh, got all the time.
So we don't have to make that decision until 2024.
Okay.
We wouldn't need to make it before then, but it doesn't have to be done now.
So is it oversimplifying to say that we're contributing the amount
for a project,
and leaving it up to the county to work with us on an alternative project. So it fully funds the project from their standpoint, KDOT's standpoint. We're saying, but don't spend 3.6 on the extension. We'll work something out.
Right.
I mean, is that overly simple?
No, I think that was the intent.
Second.
You want to, was it a motion?
Yeah, that was my motion.
Could I also, if we have to write a letter back, in addition to saying we don't support the Wakarusa extension, I think it would be a good idea to give them a couple of reasons why. Sustainability and our commitment to Haskell in particular, but reconciling historic injustices specifically, I would like them to understand that. They did one town hall, which was nice, but it was not in town and it wasn't with Haskell. So I would like to gently request that they continue to have public engagement. And personally, as a taxpayer, I'd really like to see that green space public engagement completed before forcing something like this through. That's just an aside from me personally.
Okay. Does anybody have an objection to including those items?
God bless the person.
I do.
Write it.
I mean, but I see what you're saying. Yeah. I guess I'm not.
Are you saying
I think we can convey that. People can convey that to them individually. I guess I'm not ready to wordsmith, so that we all get agreement on exactly everything we agree on. Is my point. Is my thought. So
I would concur with Commissioner Finkeldine.
So leave.
I mean, it sends a pretty strong message if you say you can't spend it on the Wakarusa extension. And
okay, so we don't have enough to put that in. Okay, got that. Okay, so we have is that motion good enough, Sherry, to start going on?
Yes, we're participating at that 40%, but the 3.6 million cannot go to Wakarusa Extension South.
Right. So I have a motion.
Does that?
Yes.
Yeah, I second. She second several.
Second. Okay, we got a first and second. Okay, got a first and second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, and I'm going to vote no because we don't have language in it that says it's got to be spent within the city limits. So that passes 4-1. On to commission items. Any commission items? Anybody? No.
I mean, yeah.
There's a lot more coming.
Yeah, I know.
They're gonna
I'll wait because it could be a commission. It can be something else.
Okay.
Featured item.
All right. So no commission items. I don't want to cut anybody off. So let's move on to the city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to just briefly touch on the couple at the end and then spend a little bit of time on the first item on that report. Just recognizing Chief Lockhart's acceptance into the FBI National Academy.
Wow.
Also wanted to note, according to our policy, the wage floor memo, so that we have to adjust that each year. And so we've done that adjustment as part of our incentives policy. And then the Old West Lawrence traffic calming project, I'll just say about that, there's so much that are recounted about the public participation that went in there and went in there and went in there. And I think as we're trying to learn from this first pilot project of citywide effort, we did learn a lot, and it's still got more to do, but I think we understand that going back and listening had some merit. So I just wanted to kind of point out that update on that with still a little bit more work to go. Lastly, I sent you a pretty lengthy update on the ongoing efforts for both our future vision and an update of more refined plans, as well as current efforts and status for addressing homelessness in our community. I want to, it stands alone, the memo does, but I will kind of summarize a couple of key points. The first is we have been working very hard in new space to try and directly support and provide services to people experiencing homelessness here in our community. Traditionally in Lawrence, this has been a not-for-profit endeavor, a volunteer endeavor, supported by some governmental funding locally, but through grants. Through the strategic plan, through listening to the community, really through also the triggers of the pandemic, recognize that the city should take a direct role in the most vulnerable piece of the housing continuum. And I did include the housing continuum then and want to kind of highlight that. But the two main places that we've been working is supporting a supported campsite and also doing a winter emergency shelter at the community building. And as you know, this has been going on, both of those for several months. The winter emergency shelter is a nightly shelter, and I think we've been seeing 60 or 70 people participate in that. We have volunteers and city employees that are doing that work every night. Some of you have participated, and I know our executive team have taken Saturday nights for a number of months. It's been good to see how that operates and also see the demands and the needs that are there for that. The camping site, the support site, obviously we hear from the community, from members that are and people that are using the campsite, that they'd like to see more services. We're working hard to try and push in more resources to do that. We've tried to hire employees that are trained in that, hire employees that have knowledge in this space that we just frankly don't have. This is new for us. We haven't been successful at always keeping or hiring and keeping people. We're going to continue to do that. We're offering up salaries to try and attract them. We think we have some good folks that are starting to come in. I think some of the people that we've heard from, we would welcome anybody that is interested in trying to do this work. We see this as a long-term part of our operations, which you need to build that capacity. And I think we have some great people in our community that would do a great job in that work. So we invite those applications in, and we're working hard to try and build up our capacity so that we can staff the campsite 24/7. We understand that would be helpful. We understand that would be a much better solution for the folks out there that need those things, that have talked to us and expressed those needs. We understand that, getting supplies to the people that need them and having those regularly there are also things that we need to make sure that we do. And not just from people that also have a job in Parks and Recreation and also have planning jobs, which is largely what we've had to rely on to this point. So that's kind of an update on that piece, and I'm happy to answer any questions on that. We do know that we need to do much better, and so I wanted to update you on that piece. I also want to highlight the continuum. It's an important thing in this communication to understand, and this really has been a community conversation with our partners. So in the community, the housing continuum that we attach to this report, it starts with support camping as the most basic level of housing, all the way up to market rate housing. And there are lots of pieces in between. The city has claimed, really this year has claimed by policy, that we are going to take over the first two areas, and that is emergency shelter and support site camping. The other pieces, we have other partners. The county is the active kind of institutional participant, governmental participant that has been doing work in there, is investing deeply in building those that capacity throughout our community. They are doing very hard work. Obviously, they're still working to get some of their key facilities open. They're working with our partners that are well known, Bert Nash, and other service providers that have been doing this work in the community for a long time. We are dependent on them to help provide services, to social services, to provide mental health services, support to addiction, counseling, and medical services. So I listed many of the partners, and I've talked with many of the partners here in construction of this memo so that I can report on their support of us taking a more established role and responsibility for camping and emergency shelter. And hopefully those are the things that we don't need much longer as a community as we build up the affordable housing, which we've already been investing with the county and with not-for-profit service providers. And I list the major investments and progress that's been made with AHAB work and what we see ahead of 850 additional affordable housing units that we will see in the next 3 to 5 years. That's the solution. In the interim, we need to do better to support people with emergency housing needs. So we're claiming that space. We're counting on partners to be there with us, and they've pledged that support. And we've also, we're counting on also the county in the work that they're doing to be ready to receive as people find the right supports for their housing situation as they move up that ladder. So that's an important thing to understand. We aren't kind of doing little pieces, which I think had been happening before. We're claiming space. We're committing our leadership in that space, our funding in that space, and we're supporting the other pieces that institutional players will do to assure that everybody's needs are met. But we're not trying to do all of it for everybody. And I believe this is a success model that is seen nationally. And I know it's one that's supported here locally with all of our different partners and service providers. And the last thing I'll say that's a pretty significant highlight here is we have started discussions with Lawrence Community Shelter. We believe that's going to be part of our, what they bring to the table is the expertise that we don't have. What we bring to the table is the institutional stability and the funding. And I think those two things can really help both of us be much better to serve the same people that we're both have missions to serve here and serve them much faster. So we are going to build our own staffing. We do have that desire, but we're also going to try and bring in their expertise and knowledge to help not only their operation be as successful as it can be, but also help us be successful in these other spaces throughout the community where people are unhoused and need emergency shelter. So that was a lot, but we wanted to kind of give that update to the community. I'd also say we listed a number for people that need support and that need to make a connection with our team. I would also offer that community members that have ideas and that want to make contributions, that want to give us their advice on how we can do a better job, because we do receive it. We receive it here, we receive it other places, but that would be a good location for you to make a connection with us so that we can hear you and build together the best solutions for this important population in our community. So I'd also offer that up. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Do you have any questions for Craig?
Craig, where are we at as far as city staff, whether it's Danny or Danny partnering with the Ferguson Group to aggressively look at funding opportunities so that we can start to supplement what funding we have? We are starting to put towards building out temporary as well as permanent supportive housing.
This is Danny Walters with the Housing Initiatives Division. We have had several talks with the Ferguson Group. We've come across a few grant opportunities and had them check into them. So far, nothing has panned out, but we've definitely met with them and explained to them kind of this is what our need is and this is what we're looking for. So they've got their eye out for us. We're doing that in conjunction with the work that Lee is doing with affordable housing. So.
when do,
Could I also add, obviously our participation in National League of Cities has been a good exposure to a lot of the stuff that's coming out, and they've been guiding us. I know some of the recent reading I've seen are very much directed to not just permanent affordable housing options, but also supporting homelessness response and in staffing levels in some of those supports, which you don't usually see. It's a lot of infrastructure funding often, or project funding, but seeing that we could get some help with the human resources that are obviously very necessary and that are not common in helping us to do that work. So I've noticed that as well.
Other questions? Vice Mayor, any questions? Nope. Okay. Not, I'm gonna get something else, Commissioner.
oh, I always have a lot.
No, we'll go ahead and go to public comment on this item.
Can he get a good view so we don't have to stop time again? The city has not been supporting the camp. Not. They tried to shut it down. They made a unilateral city staff decision to go out there and start posting notices, kicking people out. They made unilateral staff decisions on how to deal with certain people out there. When I go out to that camp, I know people. I know their names, recognize them and talk to them. Can you name any of their names? Do you know any of them by name? I see somebody shaking his head. But my problem with that person shaking his head is the fact that I'm out at the homeless camp last week and I have to hear your homeless programs coordinator, called Mitch, and your assistant city manager talking and giggling, laughing. I don't know exactly what the discussion was. I don't remember exactly how they explained it to me. I got it recorded. I can go back and listen to it. But what I heard was a conversation that entailed a city logo on a shirt at Goodwill. Having this conversation in the middle of a homeless camp. How fucking tone deaf do you have to be to have that conversation? I understood it to be making fun of them, and I confronted them about it. They explained it away as something else, which is fine. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe they weren't making fun of them. But by God, it's tone deaf as hell for city employees to be out there laughing it up about stuff like that right in the middle of the fucking camp. You guys talk about caring. These are reactions because the city has recently assumed responsibility for 2 areas. You assumed responsibility for those areas last fall when you set them up. And then you disrupted them. The one thing that the homeless community needs that you guys never give to them is any kind of stability, any kind of continuous stability where they can become to count on something. Craig's got this nice colorful graphic here. Okay, there's 2 things he doesn't understand. The difference between chronic homelessness and homelessness being a chronic problem here. That's difference in the use of the word chronic and has a different meaning. You need to understand the meaning of chronic homelessness. And you also need to understand that the idea that you are going to eliminate the need for the homeless camp, that is the stupidest thing I've heard. Homelessness is a revolving issue, and your tax policies have created worse problems for you.
Other public comment on this item?
Nancy Snow again. I have several questions. I know I won't get answers, but I at least want to register them here. Number 1, is there a street team to deal with people who are still living on the streets, who are not in any kind of shelter site or housing unit. That was not something I heard Mr. Owens say. Number two, I do believe that Mr. Owens mentioned sustainability. My understanding is that a large portion of the funding provided for the problem of homelessness in this city comes from grants, which will expire. Homelessness will not go away when those grants end. It will be with the city. How do you plan to deal with it? Number three, the North Lawrence shelter site is an open scandal. I don't know how many of you have been out there. I make weekly visits to bring hamburgers from Culver's. I could easily bankrupt myself in terms of the donations I've made. I bought them patio heaters during the freeze this winter to try to save lives, because when the temperature dips that low, below zero, people die, especially when they're malnourished, when they are unhealthy, when they are exposed. What has been going on here has been that the city has displaced the burden of dealing with the homeless situation onto citizens. I am not the only member of the community who has helped these people. A number of people have come out there. I have only seen 3 city workers out there when I have brought food. Jen Woolsey was one of them. 2 people from Bert Nash were others. I have never seen anyone else out there on behalf of the city. Never. I was told that cars were placed with people who were just watching the camp, who could not be called upon should a disturbance happen. I haven't seen them recently, but I don't think it's really a good use of taxpayers' money to pay people $25 an hour to simply sit and surveil the camp. I'm truly hoping that you will indeed act on some of the things that you have said, and that you will take to heart what you're hearing many people tell you about the needs in this community. And I could certainly provide you with information about what's going on in Philadelphia that has been in Harper's Magazine, and there are other books that you can use to acquaint yourselves with what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I'm Tim Wilson. I'm really glad to not be out there anymore. It's been really rough on them guys. I don't know if you guys have even seen the camp lately. It's not even half of its glory that it was when I was there, and I actually built it up. I did some neat things. I had a kitchen. I had people able to sit in a fire inside of a tent in case it was raining, snowing. They were staying warm, they were keeping alive, and they were happy. We were enjoying it. It was actually fun at times. Not always. There's always a lot of chore in it. But we actually enjoyed ourselves at times. These people that are still there, they've lost a lot of hope. Half of the area up there is nothing but a pile of crap. It's just my tent's laying there. Other tents are laying there. Nobody picks it up. There ain't no city guys coming up there and picking up all that stuff. There's nobody getting paid up there to help out, take care of things, except for one lady, Jen. Need people up there. We need people to take care of the mess that's created, because they've all been homeless. They don't even think about what gets left on the ground anymore. I didn't. I left a camp down by the pond behind the VFW. I got flooded. I didn't save anything, and it was a disaster. I feel bad. I mean, that's Mother Nature's place there, and I screwed it up. But I didn't want to go back into that muck. It's the same way there. It's now muck. It's all gross. It's bad. I mean, there's critters crawling on the shit. People don't want that. They don't want to go up and clean it. I don't blame them. Somebody needs to go up there with a shovel, backhoe, whatever. The whole area up on the top is just disasterized, and they're living down in the bottom end, and the tents and wind is still blasting them. All of the nice tarps that they put around on all the fencing, flopping in the wind. Ain't helping nobody. There's no wind block. It's the worst wind tunnel there is in the city. I feel bad for them. I do. I go down there and I get tears in my eyes. I hurt. These are my friends and I miss them. But I can't even go down there because it hurts. These are guys that I know and I've cared about and helped. They've helped me.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Do you guys know how many years Tim's been houseless here in town?
Additional public comments on this item? Any others? If not in the audience, then we'll go to Zoom.
Kevin Elliott.
And this time I did mean to raise my hand. Okay. There's been a failure to engage the neighborhood. Commissioner Sellers and Mayor Larson did eventually join the neighborhood organization, but this camp was put in the neighborhood without any communication with the neighborhood. This document that came out for this meeting is nice, but it's what should have happened when the camp first opened, not now. You're just trying to get out in front of trouble. There's been a failure to include the community being served. There's not, and especially Mitch fails at allowing the campers self-determination. They've elected their mayor. It was Jen Adams. Mitch didn't like her, so this is what happens. There's been a failure to maintain proper access to sanitation. And I'm talking two different types of sanitation. There's the sanitation that's access to showers that the city owns that they're not using for the residents. And then there's the informal camps, North Lawrence, Pinckney, and East Lawrence, and sick and tired of continually cleaning up without the city getting in front of this to help us get started. There's been a failure to coordinate community services. There's been a failure to recognize what has been successful. There's been a failure to respond to emergencies. There's been a failure to provide appropriate trained staff. There's been a failure to maintain adequate donation distribution. There's been a failure to respect the press. Chancey was threatened with trespass for coming down to the camp to ask questions. There's been a failure to plan for the future. There's been a failure to provide trust and stability to the community. And all these come down to one basic thing, and that's failure of leadership. Now, why is some flabby, old, retired guy who goes and collects blankets from porches to the camp the one that has to tell the city that they're not doing their job? That's what the leadership is for. And if you guys can't do it, then you need to get somebody who can. Thank you.
Jen Woolsey.
Hi. I bet you guys are tired of seeing me. Okay, I have so much to say, and I'm trying to get it all narrowed down to the most important things. So first of all, I am a subject matter expert in this conversation. I have the education, I have the experiences, I have the credentials, and I'm glad that Craig pointed out that what kind of your guys' lack of ability to keep good people. I will say that unfortunately, the other folks that are on the housing initiative team division other than Leah do not have the same qualifications. So my concern is that if we're talking about a community of equity, then, and we keep standing behind this, this like excuse that it's a complex issue, because it is a complex issue, then why do we continue to hire inadequate, unexperienced, uneducated people to try to solve this complex issue? And what I wanted to point out real quick was, first and foremost, please do me a favor. Shelter is different than housing. Please look it up. Craig, please look it up. I mean, so do not ever call emergency sheltering emergency housing, because sheltering is different than housing. And at no point should we ever confuse the two, because a shelter is not a house, and people deserve houses. They deserve better than a shelter. Two different things. Please look it up. Another thing is, I'm glad that Mike pointed out chronicity. Lawrence has a chronic homeless problem, but ending chronic homelessness, two different things. Look it up. Chronic homelessness is an actual subpopulation of homelessness, and it means something completely different. So I don't think you're grasping exactly what that means in functional zero. Another thing about sustainability, Nancy, thank you for pointing that out. How are you guys going to sustain these things? We talked about needing services. How are the services going to be sustained? So think about that, because that's what happened with LCS is they did not have the proper funding to be able to sustain the level of services. So I love the pilot project. How are you going to sustain it when these grants run out? Think about that. You guys just lost, or the county just was denied, or they weren't denied. They didn't receive application on 2 separate grants, one for permanent supportive housing and one for the SMORE team, which is what the city was going to partner with them. So that was your street outreach team, Nancy, that you talked about. We did not gain that funding. So therefore, funding not showing up. So Craig pointed out that there's other cities. No, there's not. There is not cities who are providing funding for services. That's why you have to be very focused on how you're looking for these things. And as Danny pointed out, they're not finding anything right now. So please, please, please do not continue building services that you cannot sustain. Hence.
Thank you, Jen. Jen, thank you.
Okay.
Subject matter expert that you guys ran off. Your city ran off your subject matter.
Michael, you're out of order.
I know I'm out of order. This whole process is out of order.
Okay, other public comment?
There's no, that's all the comment, Mayor.
Okay. Bring it back to the commission. Any other questions on the city's manager's report? Anything? If not.
In regards to this, we did have discussion that when we initially had the presentation
of it.
But as far as the comprehensive.
Mayor, if I may, Commissioner, are you referring to the strategic planning work that's going on?
Yes. So
I did get an update on that today, and I think we're still on track for a March presentation.
And who is giving that presentation? Do we know?
I do not know who's giving the presentation, but we've been working with partners in the continuum of care to prepare to do the strategic planning. So it could be multiple agencies represented.
Anything else on this? Not, we'll move on to commission calendar. Anything on the calendar?
No.
To note? We're good? Okay, our last item is executive session. Now we're in a situation where technically we are not supposed to go past 11. However, I needed to talk with...
I think if we start the item before
Right, that's why I'm just getting that. Yeah, if we start at 4:11, however, is this an item that we definitely need to hear tonight?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
Okay, never mind. Then we'll just go ahead and move on to executive session. Could I have a motion?
Move to approve a motion to recess an executive session for approximately 40 minutes?
40 minutes, yeah.
40 minutes?
We could try 30 if you wanted.
30.
30 minutes. 30 minutes to discuss privileged legal communications from the city's attorney regarding pending litigation pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at approximately 11:23 after the executive session is concluded.
All right. Do you have a second?
Second.
Got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we're in executive session.
That's 5 minutes.
3 minutes left.
I think I can squeeze this in here. I don't think so. It's too fat.
Do I have something? Here you go, Sherry. Sorry, I missed that.
What did I sign earlier?
Did you sign?
I just wanted to know.
The travel
What I
thing.
signed.
It was the travel stuff from last year.
Last year?
Dude, yeah.
We go a little
To this? To where we're going in March?
I've had.
And one of them was
I mean,
something
I've got-
you went to.
We're within a minute.
Oh, in the housing in
All
May.
right.
But I
So we're back from executive session and we have nothing to report at this time. So at this point, we are at the
Move to
time.
adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
So, second.
Got a first and a second on adjournment. All in favor?
Aye. Have a good
We are
night.
done.
Thank you.
That was kind of weak there, Vice Mayor.